and the crook.
Well, actually.
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in this world, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up, 10 toes stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me up, stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crook.
Well, actually.
So actually, they're here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Shout out to all you guys that are here on a wonderful, wonderful Christmas day. Merry Christmas to all you guys that are out there, whether you are domestic in your home country or whether you're abroad in another country. I'm glad to see that you guys are celebrating your Christmas, whether you're with a group of people or whether you're by yourself, just enjoying your time with celebrating Jesus' birthday and enjoying birthday gifts by yourself. Either way, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying your celebration of happy holidays. But for many women out there, the holidays just aren't as happy as they are for us men who travel. Yes, for many of the women, it's not a happy day. A lot of our passport sisters are going to Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, looking to build a new life and find new love, especially in Korea. K-pop has caused women to just fall in love with the K-pop men, and they think that they can go to Korea and find them a man that looks just like their favorite K-pop star. Or go to Thailand and get impregnated by some of the men in Thailand, or whether it be in China. But when it comes to the holidays, whether it be Thanksgiving, Christmas, or even the 4th of July, we're going to look at a video tonight that showcases that there are many, many women out there that are going through loneliness. Now, that's not to say that us men don't go through loneliness at times when we travel. Many of us do. But that's why we work together in a brotherhood to be able to help each other out during times of the holidays, such as our brother 0 Milligram, who came over to Andre and Andrea's house for Christmas. And we had a Christmas party here at our home. And we had a wonderful time. Shout out to our brother Victor, who's a long-term subscriber who lives here in Cali, Colombia. And now he had a chance to celebrate the holidays with us. We were not going to leave our brother on the other side of the city by himself for the holidays. But when it comes to the Passport Sisters, doesn't look like they're coming together to celebrate the way that we do. And this causes a lot of them to go through loneliness because they thought that they could go to other countries and repeat what we do, and they're finding it a little bit more difficult than they thought it would be. So let's look at what the Passport Sisters are going through this evening when it comes to Christmas in Asia. But before we do that, you know us, guys. We got shout outs to do. Shout out to all you gentlemen once again that are here. Hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful Christmas. Today starts here in Cali, Colombia, the Salsa Festival. So the rest of the year is just celebration, dancing, partying, the clubs off the chain, because you have over 300 salsa schools from around the world have come down here for a parade. Over 200 to 300,000 people will come into Cali, Colombia over the next week for the parades that take place over the next 4 to 5 days. So a lot of us are having a great time when it comes to enjoying ourselves here in Cali, Colombia. Before we go to the Passport Sisters videos tonight, we're going to take a look at some of the things that are coming down the turnpike when it comes to visiting Colombia. Yes, I know over the last 10, 15 years, it's been a Shangri-La for many men and women coming into Colombia and leaving. It's so easy. Nobody really thought about the country of Colombia as far as tourism. It wasn't that many people coming. But after the pandemic, when people started to realize that it was important for them to, say, if I'm going to travel, I might want to do it now at this stage of my life. And now over 7 to 8 million people are coming to visit Colombia over the last 3 years per year. So now Colombia is buckling down on how you can enter the country, especially us men. So we're going to look at a video from a brother. Excuse me. Got to sneeze. You know, you got to sneeze. You want to pause for a second. So we're going to be looking at a video from a new YouTuber. Shout out to him. I'm going to even bring him on the show. Medellin Unfiltered. Shout out to him. An older white guy right around in his late 40s, 50s. And he is talking about in this video, it's just a 10-minute video, but he gives a breakdown of an interview that he did with a few Colombian let's say TSA, Colombia's version of TSA. He's did interviews with those guys and found out some things that are coming down the turnpike for those that are visiting Colombia in 2026 and beyond. And there's a reason why Colombia has been turning people away, especially men. It's not happenstance. And there's a reason why Colombian visas are not as easy to get as they used to be before. So we're going to be talking about that first, and then we're going to be talking about the ladies. But before we do all that, shout out to all you guys that are here. As you can tell, your boy Andre has his, still using my laptop. I'm taking my computer in tomorrow into the shop. Let them see what, like I said, it turns on, but it doesn't boot itself completely. Something's going on with Windows. I'm going to find out what's going on with that, but I want to take it into the shop. We got 45 people in the building. I wish I could hit the horn, but I didn't connect it. No, I didn't connect it. If I had connected it, then it would be working. But if I had connected the horn, shout out to all you guys that are here. Let's get to the super chats first, and then we're going to come to all you guys that were here in the beginning. Like I said, we got 46 in the building. This is going to be a really, really good Christmas evening for you guys. I'm sitting up here drinking a glass of wine, enjoying some wine from the year 2000. This is a 2020 bottle. This bottle is a Colombian bottle, but it is a bottle from 2020, and I'm going to be enjoying this tonight. I just finished enjoying one from the same brand here in Colombia of a 2016. Shout out to our brother. He brought this over, our brother 0 milligram, when he came over for the Christmas party. So we got a bunch of food and a bunch of drinks left over from the party. Shout out to you guys. And I look forward to seeing some of you guys that are coming down to Cali in 2026 as well. Cologne of the night. Cologne of the night is, I haven't showed you guys, remember I told you guys I had a certain amount of colognes that light is super bright behind me. Is that better? Let's see if that looks better on the screen. Give me a second. I don't want that to be so bright on us. Okay, I hope that yeah, that's looking a little better. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. That was like super bright. Okay, gentlemen. Cologne's tonight's cologne is Bond Number 9, Bleecker Street. Remember, I mentioned to you guys that I have a bunch of colognes that you guys have not seen. I've had them for a while. Sometimes you want your colognes to macerate, not masturbate, macerate. Macerate means that you want to just, once you open it, spray it, it starts to connect with the oxygen in the air, even if you still have it in the box. And so it's no longer in a plastic wrapper, in other words, keeping it away from oxygen. So the oils and the alcohols in your cologne and the other formulas that they have in your cologne begins to macerate. So when you first open up the box, it might not smell strong, or you might not like it. So just let it sit for a few months, a month, 3 months, 4 months, and then all of a sudden you pull it out and it smells even better than what you thought it would smell. So this is what I did with this one. I've had it for quite a while. So we've got Bleecker Street, for some of you guys that know about Bond Number 9. It is a blackberry scent, very, very fruity scent. Great atomizer, as you can tell. And it smells really good, man. And I got a great deal on it. I was not going to pay $500 for Bond Number 9. So I found a spot where I can get a great deal on it. And it has an excellent scent, man. Excellent. It is a scent that you can wear in any city in Colombia. Let's put it like that. I don't care if you're in Philippines, you can wear Bond Number 9, this Bleecker Street. I don't care, because it's not a super fruity scent, but it is because it's blackberry. It is a fruit scent, but it's not too fruity. And so you can actually get away with it in warmer weather, as well as, so no matter what city, if you're in Cartagena, Medellin, Cali, you're in DR, you're in Panama, you're in Southeast China, you're in Africa, you can definitely get away with Bond Number 9 Bleecker Street. Excellent. And there are clones of this. There are $25 clones of this that we're going to go over on our cologne night. So on the night that we do cologne, we're going to do 2 cologne nights. And the cologne nights we're going to talk about clones that you don't got to spend $400 or $500 on a cologne. I kid you not. So that's the cologne of the night. I'll put that over here. Bleecker Street. And let's get to these shout outs real quick. Shout out to my brother. Man, I'm so used to hitting the horns. Shout out to my brother Marco Polo in the building, who became a member. Appreciate you, brother. Glad to see that, man. Here's to you, brethren. Here's to you. Here's to all you guys that are donating to the Children's Cancer Foundation. Like I said, we've hit $1,000 thus far. And so our goal is $2,000 by the second week of January. So it's looking good so far. I appreciate you guys, man. I really do, man. Every year for the last 4 years, this is our 4th year of giving towards the Children's Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia, because us men, we give back. I know they think that the passport bros or the black expats or the digital nomads, we don't give, we just take. That's the rumor that people back on the plantation try to spread about us. But that's not true. In many countries, many of us have donated toys. You had Taylor Made Dreams for 6 or 7 years. He had given to an orphanage in DR. You have Ace Live, who's always been a donator. We've been donating food all year during COVID. We donated tons of food. And when I say tons, I mean the literal number, tons of food to during the pandemic. And so right now we're donating to the Children's Cancer Foundation. Since the pandemic, we chose them to donate to every year. So shout out to all you guys that your donations are going to a proper place, showcasing that us men are not just going to countries to take, but also to give. Shout out also to Marco Polo, once again, for becoming a member. Shout out to my brother. The Canadian boys are in the building. That man, Black Nubian TV, glad you're here. Shout out to our sponsor from the night. Oh, Marco Polo, the sponsor of the evening. He says, salute to Andre and Andre family. Merry Christmas to us all. Merry Christmas to you too. Don't have me drinking alone, gentlemen. Do not have me drinking alone. Tonight we can have a Wednesday night drink. I believe it's Wednesday or Thursday. I think it's Wednesday night. I think it's Wednesday night. Hey, listen, I don't keep it with the days. I just keep it with the dates. So shout out to all you guys out there, all you truck drivers out there, man. We appreciate all that you do. Drive safely on those roads, especially those of you that are in winter-worn locations. Shout out to all you guys that work the railroads. Shout out to all you military men and women that protect us so well around the world. Shout out to all you guys that are working the ship lines, that are working when the boats and the freights come in from other countries. Thank you for making sure that we get our cologne collections on time. And shout out to all you guys who are part of Love Crossing Borders family. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I love every one of you brothers. Every time you guys come to the city, I am so excited. I never see you guys. I can see you guys, I kid you not. I can see you guys for the 15th time. And I'm just as excited to see you as I was the first time I saw you walk off the plane and I picked you up from the airport. So shout out to all you guys that are coming down to Colombia for the first time in 2020, or even the 15th time in 2026. Shout out to you guys. Oh, that's good. That is good. Yeah, shout out to you, brother. And a prosperous new year. We got a lot of us that are taking our certifications with Theo for the first time next year. I'll be taking my exam for the first time. My uncle will be taking his exam. There's quite a few of us that are scheduled in February to take our first exam when it comes to getting our AWS cloud engineering certifications. So wish us luck and keep us in prayer. Yes, sir. Let's go back to you guys who are here. We got 57 in the building. I won't be able to hit all 57 of you guys with the shout out, but I will be able to do the first 20 guys that were here, such as my brother Will. Shout out to Will being here. Merry Christmas to all. And my brother Tevin King. Merry Christmas to you as well, Tevin. Shout out also to my brother Tevin King. He said, as the late great Kevin Samuels once said to the lovely ladies, cats, he said, get a cat, die alone. That's so true. So true. He said the days of simping are coming to an end. Yeah, the simp economy globally is crashing. That's crazy. The simp economy globally is crashing. Shout out to my brother Ronin Travelers. Good morning to you over there in the Philippines, brother. Merry Christmas. I don't know if Christmas just started for you or is coming to an end for you, but Merry Christmas, or has already come to an end for you. But good morning to you, Richie Mack, all the brothers, Chocolate Man in Thailand, all the brothers that are over there, More to Life, the brother More to Life over there. I need to get him on the show too. Shout out to him over there in the Philippines as well. So shout out to all you content creators over there. We got 61 in the building. Guys, please click the like button. We like you. Make sure that you like us too. Glad to see you here. Let me scroll down a little further to my brother David Dice of the Dice family. Merry Christmas to the chat and the brother salute. Yes, sir. Salute to all you gentlemen out there and you ladies that are watching in as well. Let me scroll down a little bit more. And who do we have here that has snuck in? Oh, that's David Dice. Let me scroll down a little bit more. We got my brother Kenny Peoples in the building with the salute. Shout out to you, Kenny. Glad to see you here and Merry Christmas. Yep, Kenny showing the Christmas love. He says it's going to be interesting tonight topic. Yeah. Remember, tonight's topic is a two-parter. The first part, we're going to talk about some of the policies that have changed in Colombia when you come into Colombia and some tips I'm going to give for you. And then the second part, we're going to talk about our the Passport sisters that are living a lonely Christmas in Asia. And they're going on YouTube. I mean, they're going on YouTube and they're going on TikTok, and they're talking about it. Shout out to my brother MAB, the military man in the building. Glad to see that you're here, brother. There's a Navy man if I ever saw one. Yes, sir. Jay Anderson, the great, salute to you as well. Glad to see that you're here, kind sir. And to the Passport Bros and the real in the chat, he said, of course. He said, of course, the man of the evening, Andre and Andre, love crossing borders. I hope you guys got a chance to enjoy one of the last videos that O'Shea Duke Jackson did. He actually did a reaction to our reaction here on Love Crossing Borders, all of our reaction to Anton Daniels. So when you get a chance, guys, go check out O'Shea Duke Jackson. Is one of his last 3 videos. You know, O'Shea's always dropping like 2 or 3 a day, but he dropped this video, and I talked to him the other day too. In the thumbnail, I didn't even know that was me on the thumbnail. I'm looking at the thumbnail, and I could tell that that was I could tell that was Aaron for Black Men's Travel. So I'm like, okay, that's Aaron. And so I'm watching the video, and I'm in, you know, he's doing a reaction to me reacting to Anton. And let me turn the music down just a little bit. Hope it's not too loud. And so he's doing a reaction to me reacting to Anton. And I look back at the thumbnail, and I'm like, is that supposed to be me in the thumbnail? And I just laughed and laughed. Because I looked at it, was like a mean mug with the glasses down and the bald head and the micro in the Shure microphone and with the suit on. And I laughed so hard. And the funny thing is, I hit up O'Shea. I said, man, that is the funniest thumbnail. He said, man, I tried, man. I said, you hit it right on the nail, man. I say, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for the reaction. Thank you for the reaction. So when you guys get a chance, like I said, he just dropped, I think it was yesterday or day before. I think it was day before yesterday when he dropped the video. No, it was actually yesterday when he dropped the video. His first video of yesterday or day before. The one right before he did the video on Floyd. But that was funny. That was funny. Let's scroll down a little further. Let's see who else we have. I don't want to miss anybody else. And I know it's some super chats I want to hit and some cash apps I need to give you guys some shout outs for. Shout out to my man Just Vaughn. My dude is in the building. Shout out to Just Vaughn in the building. Glad to see you here, man. Happy holidays to you too, man. I'm glad to see that you're here. Happy holidays. Shout out also to my man Jeshim. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Jeshim. Merry Christmas and blessings to you, brother. God bless you as well, brother. Amen. I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. Who else do we have? Once again, Dave. And YouTubing is a habit in the building. Wishing us happy holidays to all great men in the chat. Continued success. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My man Style King always representing. Shout out to you, Marco, being here. He says, salute to you and to you, brothers, and happy holidays. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will follow your order, sir. And shout out to my brother being here. Ex Pharaoh in the building. XX, that is. Shout out to you. He said, peace and love from the Philippines. Shout out to you all. Good morning, my brother. Good morning to all you Philippine brothers, man. He said, so I finally got to catch you live. I'm glad that you made it, brother. I really am glad that you made it. Yes, sir. This is going to be a good one. You made it on a good one. Shout out to my brother Victor Waller in the building. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you're here. Yeah, the sister's going to be weeping and crying. Weeping and crying. Once again, for the guys that weren't here earlier, the cologne of the night is Bond Number 9, Bleecker Street. Bond Number 9, Bleecker Street. A very, it's not super fruity, except for it is more of a blackberry, blueberry type of scent. Really good. Really good. But it's not overbearing, not super projecting. You know what this is? This is a good sex scent. You know how I always say certain colognes are just perfect for having sex or going out on a date? This is not for clubbing. This is for dating. This is for smooches. This is for public affection. This is for sex intimacy, perfect for sex. It doesn't project too much, but it is an attractor to the woman, and so she'll enjoy smelling you, but it's not so projecting like Baccarat 540. So if you're having sex in Baccarat, you know you're probably choking her out. But this is just right. This is a great date night, sex night scent. That's what this is. And I love when you guys always show me that you guys got a new cologne in. I love seeing that, man. You guys will send me on the phone, on WhatsApp. You'll like one brother, he got the whole collection of one of my favorite cologne brands. And so he just sent it to me. He said, my wife got me this for Christmas. And he sent me the photo, man. I was so happy. So happy. Shout out to the African Wolf in the building, my favorite YouTube name. Yes, sir, with the $5 love super sticker. As well as my man Kevin Jennings. Glad to see you, Kevin. Kevin says this. He said, for men early in life, is the better path to build a slow and to build, in other words, let me say that again, is the better path to build or sow oats in the US, or build here and sow oats abroad. I think it's the latter. I think it's better to make your money while you're in the US. You don't have to, there is no rule that says that you have to have your kids in the US. I think a lot of us men that travel, we forget that. There's no rules that said you have, just like there's no rule that says that you have to find a wife in the US or a girlfriend. There's no rule that says that your first child has to be born in the US. I was just talking to a brother that's having his first child, a good brother. He's got a solid woman on his side. He's extremely happy. They've been together for a few years and now they're celebrating their first child. And I kid you not, man, there's no rule that says you can't find a good woman, that you have to have a good woman in the States and you have to have your first child in the States. There's no rule that says that. I want you guys to realize this. Your child going to be just as American no matter where you are. You notice that? Let me change the music real quick. Yeah, I know how I get when I change the music. I want some of you guys to realize you can have your child in the States. That child's going to have 100% American rights, the ability to live the American dream, protected by the laws and everything else, right? Travel inside of America, use the American dollar, so forth. If that child is born in America because you and or its mama is American, right? You do realize that if your child is born in the Philippines, it still gets all those American rights because you're American. If your child is born in Colombia, that child still gets all the rights. Don't think because you're geographically located in a particular country, your child doesn't get all the rights that it would have gotten even if it was born in the United States. I'm gonna say that one more time before we continue on. Your child will still get all the American rights that you get. What's the difference? The sticker price. A woman having a baby for you or with you in another country is far less expensive than a woman having your child or children in the United States. Shout out to all you dads that are out there and have children. But for those of us that don't have kids and you're thinking about having children, you might want to think about falling in love or building a relationship with somebody in another country and let that child have all the rights of the United States and all the rights of that other country at a fraction of the cost. Just me speaking out loud or thinking out loud. Shout out to you guys. Let me go back to the super chats and then I'll come back to the comment section, because I know you guys probably have something to say about that. Shout out to all you brothers that are here right now. Kevin said this. I hope I answered your question. And I don't know how this total stranger got in here, but shout out to our brother Theo Wolf. Merry Christmas, Theo. All you guys that are Texas boys. Glad to see that you're here with us, brother. We want to let you know, Theo, thank you for being a gift to us all, not just on the Christmas season, but throughout the year. You have been a man that's been a blessing among blessings. You've been a helper among helper. You've been an encourager among encouragers. You and your team, from John all the way to Julian and to other guys that are on your team, that's helped us out when it comes to getting our certifications and building our confidence in the area of tech and cloud engineering. We want to say thank you. You and your whole team have been a gift to many men over the years. Since 2021, 22, and beyond, we appreciate all that you have done and all that you continue to do to introduce more Black men to the economic blessings and the career stability of tech. So thank you, Theo. I just want to let you know that, man. We love you. We love you. We love you, brother. We really do. Now, let me go to his comment. Theo says this. He said, wait, I thought I had to keep my money, keep all of my money, and he said, and seed in the U.S. and the money and the seed in the U.S. He said, I thought I had to continue to support Keisha and her auntie with child support and 50%, and then a percentage of your Social Security when you retire. No, we don't have to do that, Theo. As you will know, we don't have to do that. Shout out to Theo, man. Glad to see you guys here. You guys are a blessing to me on Christmas Day. Yes, you are. Let me scroll down a little further. We got 76 in the building. I won't be able to get to all 76, but let me give the shout outs to a few more guys, and then we're going to get started with the first video. And as I mentioned, this is a two-parter tonight. Two-parter. First part, we're going to talk about and hear from our brother on the new YouTube channel, Medellin Unfiltered. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. I might drop the link to his channel tonight. He interviewed some of the guys that work the customs or the immigration when you first come into Colombia. He interviewed some of these guys, and found out some things behind the scenes that are going to take place for 2026 and why they've been doing such a crackdown here in Colombia and turning so many guys away. And he tells about what we should do to not be turned away when it comes to Colombia. It's only a 10-minute video, but I'm telling you, it is excellent information, full chunks of information that this brother put in the video. So shout out to my brother, the white guy on Medellin Unfiltered, and I might have him on the show real soon to promote his channel. Yes, sir. Shout out to Tori being in the building. He said, Merry Christmas, Andre and Class 7. Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother, Jay Anderson, the great, that is, the great. Salute to you as well, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Like I said, I want to get a chance to give a shout out. So I'm going to do 5 more shout outs. I think I did Kevin, Jay Anderson. Shout out to my brother. Oh man, you got me on this one. Ravello. Hope I pronounced that correctly, brother. Or Revelatili. Oh, you got me on that one. You got me. Somebody finally got me on the name. Salute from Class 7. Shout out to you, brother. I'm glad to see that you're here. And if I damaged your name, your title name, blame it on my head and not my heart, brother. Shout out to my man Just being in the building. Class 7 representing. Appreciate you guys. Glad to see you guys are here for the holidays. Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family. Glad to see that you're here. Merry Christmas, Andre and Andrea. He said, and the chat family. Yes, sir. And let me make sure I got everybody. David Dice once again. And I think I got everybody there. And let's see. Shout out to my man. I think I got Jesham. Shout out to you, brother. Glad that you're here, brother. And blessings to you once again. And let me scroll down. I got just YouTubing. But YouTubing is a habit. I got Style King. Shout out to Style King being in the building. I got Ronan. I got Pharaoh. I got Victor. Bobby. I think I'm going to stop right there because I wouldn't even have time to get through everybody. Shout out to my brother being in the building. Blessings to you, AMF. Shout out to you, brother, being here. Now let's go ahead and get started with the video because this is very important. I'm going to enjoy the bottle of this wine, this Colombian wine, which is excellent. And as I enjoy the bottle of the wine, we're going to continue on. But what I want to start off with first, not talking about the passport sisters, because this is funny. Not funny because it's sad to see how lonely these sisters are in other countries. Especially they thought that they could actually do what we do. And I think that's the sad part. And they don't get the results that we get, even during the holidays. Even during the holidays. So a lot of the sisters this holiday, the ones in Asia, we're going to look at, and you're going to see how lonely a lot of these women are. Black, white, Latin women went to Asia, thought they could find them some love. And you're going to see what took place. But let's get started with the first video. And this is here in Medellin. He's going to talk about some of the laws that have changed or some of the things that are going to be taking place when it comes to visiting Colombia in general.
Gentlemen, if you're flying into Medellin in 2026, things are changing. And here's the first thing that you need to know and get through your head. And I want you to really lock in on this. Your vacation to Colombia starts once you pass through immigration, not before. Doesn't start 3 drinks deep at the bar with your boys, doesn't start at duty free, and it does not start in the airplane. If you have that mindset, that's going to get you sent home, and it's going to happen in record numbers this year. So the most important part of arriving in Colombia now happens before you even reach the immigration window. It happens in line. And I'll tell you what, Migración Colombia is already watching you once you're in line. They're watching how you carry yourself. They're watching how you speak, how loudly you speak, what you say to the people around you, and whether you look like somebody who knows why they're here or somebody that's treating entry like it's a formality that you're entitled to. And hey, look, that sounds harsh. Great. Perfect. Airports are not a vibe, bro. This is not the way it works. Look, I live here. I've seen how enforcement's changed over the last year. And earlier today, I went to do a follow-up to the phones being searched video. I spoke directly with a Migración official who asked not to be named because of what he shared. Some of what I'm going to tell you today matches what's already happening visibly, publicly. But some of it explains why the policies are in place and kind of where things are going. And I want to be clear. It's not fear-mongering content, it's reality. I want you to come here, but I want you to be safe and I want you to know what you're up against before you get here.
So he's going to give us a breakdown of what's taking place. So let's listen closely to what he has to say.
The biggest mistakes that people make is assuming that Migración is going to continue operating the way that it did 5 years ago, even a year ago for that matter. It's not. The approach now and moving forward is going to be preventative. It's going to be no more reactionary. It's going to be all preventative. And they're going to stop problems before they enter the country. They want to filter earlier and they want to be selective about what they're doing. Also, something you said that kind of blew my mind, but then when I thought about it, it makes total sense. The long lines in the Medellin airport, they're not by accident, and they're not staffing issues. That's part of the screening process. So while you're standing there, like I said, they're observing your behavior. They want to see how people handle mild stress. It's a pretty stressful environment to be there. We get that. They want to see who's loud, they want to see who's sloppy, and who's already kind of in party mode. Also, God forbid this, but somebody who looks like they're confused as to why they're even here. And he wanted me to make sure that I knew that. So while you're standing there, Migración is already observing your behavior. They want to see everything. They are watching you with cameras, directional mics, and yes, there are actually even English speakers who will never tell you they speak English, but they're listening to you, ear hustling your conversations. So if you're there bragging about...
Now remember, this information that he's sharing is him who he already did an interview with a Colombian immigration officer, kind of like Colombia's version of TSA coming into customs. And he wanted to let us know that basically we are being observed. Soon as we get off the plane, we're being observed. That and they make the lines longer in certain cities on purpose. Number two, which is the first thing that he mentioned, was that we basically, things have changed. There are a lot more people coming to Colombia. Like I said, over 8 million people come per year now, compared to when many of us were coming before the pandemic. So the reason why I brought this particular portion up is for some of you guys to know it's not you. It's not about because it's the black man. That's stateside thinking. They're trying to stop us because we black. They're trying to stop us because we white. They're trying to stop us because we're American. No, everybody is going through this. Everybody, males, females, everybody's going through this. And I'm going to say something to you guys before we go back to the video. Many of us that go back to the States from Colombia, we go through the same thing. I've been stopped 5 times going back to the States from Colombia. 5 times. So don't assume that, oh man, they just tripping, man. This ain't right. It doesn't feel right, but it didn't feel right for me. And then next to me was a Colombiana. Next to me was a couple of sisters from the States. And then next to me was a dude from Colombia. And this has happened to me 5 times going back to the United States. The last time when we had the Black Manosphere Conclave in Miami was the first time in 4 years I have not been stopped and pulled to the side and examined, and they've gone through my phone. Now I want you to hear this. 4 years going back to my own home country. I've been pulled to the side. They ask me about why I'm in Colombia. They want to go through my phone every single time. Now, for most of you, it's no big deal. But since I live here in Colombia and I go back to the States every once in a while, they're asking, hey, why is it that you only come back periodically? And then I explain to them about, I live there, my visa, my marriage, and so forth and so forth. But if you guys think that it's awkward that when you come into Colombia that you're going through this, don't. It's not about race. It's just about their basically, if you want the truth, he's going to hint on this on the video about who Colombia learned this from. But I'm here to tell you the truth. Colombia is imitating the United States. All the guys that are being turned back to the States and to Canada and UK or Europe, Colombia is doing nothing but imitating our country when we turn people back, because our countries are used to seeing a mass of people come in. So some people can come into the United States, Canada, or UK, but yet we don't talk about all the people that get turned away from our country. Well, Colombia says, let's implement what America does to keep things safe, or what UK does, or what Canada does to keep things safe. So if you guys think that this is a Colombian thing, it's not. Colombia is literally using our country as their playbook. Let me go to the super chats real quick, and then I'm going to come back to the comment section. Shout out to my brother K-Dub in the building over there in Europe. He said, Merry Christmas, brother Andre. He said, when you get a moment, I would love to know if you have any luck of finding the video getting the tax exemption. Oh, yeah, I could. Let me write that down. I could put that in tomorrow's show. I've been wanting to do a tax exemption or benefits of. I've been wanting to do a benefits of expat video anyway. So that'll be a good video. I'm gonna do that on Friday. So Friday's video will be the benefits that we get as expats that you guys don't, who live in the States, you don't know about. A lot of times people just think we just live outside the country and that's the only benefit we get. No, there are several other benefits that we get when we live outside of the United States. So that's going to be our show Friday, K-Dub. That'll be our show for Friday. I'm glad that you brought that up. Shout out to you. Let me get ready to do the shout outs to the guys on the Cash Apps. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Shout out to my brother Gary for the kids, the $10 love, them Indiana Hoosier boys. Shout out to you, Indiana Hoosiers, you Boilermakers out there. Shout out to you guys. out there. I forget what Purdue is not Boilermakers. What is no, Purdue is Boilermakers, Indiana Hoosiers, and I'm forgetting another, Notre Dame. Shout to Notre Dame in the building as well. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to Gary with the $10 love. Shout out to Asheen with the $50 love toward the Children's Cancer Foundation. And shout out to my brother Terrell with the $100 donation. My brother T is down here right now. He's at the Colombian Festival, along with my brother Victory, who was celebrating Christmas with me and Andrea yesterday, because you know Colombians celebrate Christmas on the 24th and not the 25th. So now he's at the La Feria, the Salsa Festival parade right now that's going on. And I'm telling you, I know it's off the chart. It is off the chart. It's a great celebration. So shout out to you guys, man, for the love towards the Children's Cancer Foundation. And shout out to all you guys over on PayPal and Cash App that you see scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Let's continue on with the video. Andre, shut up.
Women bragging about how long you plan to stay, joking about doing drugs, or just saying how annoyed you are to deal with all this. You're not just killing time, you're giving them context. So by the time you reach the window, you're not starting at zero. So another thing too is that he wanted to make sure that I got out there is that they're not trying to trick you at the window. They're just trying to check for coherence. They want to see if your story makes sense, if everything's congruent, and if you can explain it calmly without rambling or contradicting yourself. The big thing that they want to make sure of, they want to know where you're staying, how long you're staying, why you're here, and when you're leaving. Pretty simple stuff. If you can't answer those clearly, sorry.
Oh, shout out to Zero. He here watching the live stream. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here, man. It was fun having you over at the house yesterday, and it was great you meeting the family and hanging out. And it was great talking to your mom this morning, man. We chopped it up, man. She and I. She said that she happened to make a mistake. She said she was trying to send me a text message, and she said she made a mistake and called me. And so I called her back, and we just chopped it up for quite a while. And so great talking to your mom, man. She good people.
That's not a small issue. That's a credibility thing. And
I know I keep stopping the video. Forgive me, guys. Like I keep saying to you guys, if you guys are going to be here in Cali, Colombia, and you do a consultation with me, I'll always say this: give my phone number to a family member or a friend. Do not come to Cali, Colombia, and you've done a consultation with me, and you have not shared my phone number with a family member or a friend, especially if this is, I don't care if it's your first time or 51st time. Your family should always have somebody other than you that has a connection to that particular country. So listen, if you've done a consultation with me, no matter what part of Colombia you go to, make sure that you give your family my information. And if you with me on WhatsApp already, and you want to use me as a reference for your mom, your dad, your I've talked to families around the world to check. I'll be at the airport waiting for you guys to come in on the flight, and your sisters will call me. So I'm used to your family calling me. So if you connected to me already on WhatsApp, or if we do a consultation and you're coming to Colombia, not just Cali, I shouldn't have just said Cali, but if you're coming to Colombia, make sure, do not slip on this, that your family member or friend has my number. This is very important. All right, now let's get back to the video.
This next year, your credibility, especially as a U.S. tourist, is going to matter more than it ever has. So I want to talk about the thing nobody ever wants to hear, but you need to listen. And this is something he was very direct about, that people need to stop drinking on the plane. If you show up buzzed, sloppy, or visibly hungover, that's the fastest way to get extra scrutiny. And look, I don't care if you're on vacation mode. I don't care if it's your birthday or if you're here for your bachelor party. I almost said stag party. Inmigración, they don't care either. It's not the place to roll in acting like you've already arrived, okay? Your admission to this country is not guaranteed. So, again, your vacation starts after you're admitted. Until then, you're a guest asking for permission to enter, so you need to act like it. So here's a few things that are changing for next year. The first thing is the phones and electronics searching on exit are going to be scaled back unless there's probable cause. So if something suspicious shows up in your luggage or your behavior is suspicious to them, you're going to get stopped. That's going to happen. They're just going to be taking more, they're going to be using more sniper techniques instead of shotgun like they were at the middle to end of this last year. The goal isn't less searches across the board, it's fewer random searches. And now they want to be targeted with their time because it's an expensive thing for them to have just a shotgun approach where somebody that fits a stereotype or fits a description. They want to spend less time on normal travelers and more time stopping people who stand out for the wrong reasons. Another thing that he was very clear about, and which we've seen starting to happen, and it's kind of snowballing right now, they're going to be turning way more people away in 2026 at the border. So a lot of people are just going to be put on planes and sent back home, not even allowed to touch Colombian soil. That's not speculation, that is direction, and that's a pattern that we're seeing over the last 2 months. We're seeing more and more of this.
Now, y'all heard what he said. They're going to be turning more people away in 2026 at the border. We thought that was a lot in 2025. 90 people in Medellin, and a certain amount in Bogota, and a certain amount in Cartagena. Two things are going to take place in 2026. He's right, they're going to be turning a lot more people away. And they're also going to be implementing this in all major airports in Colombia. So even though it may take, for example, here in Cali, it takes it takes like 15 minutes to get through customs, if that. And I don't care if the plane is full. Cali is fast. Even though it's the third largest city, it's fast. Even though they implemented the turnaround more in Medellin, the mayors had a meeting earlier last year. I'll say this again. The mayors of all the major cities had a meeting last year. So Medellin was kind of like the guinea pig. Cartagena's next with the turnarounds. Then it's going to go to Bogota, Cali, Santa Marta, Barranquilla. So you have to make sure that you have certain things in order, like my brother Chulupe just said. He said, I make sure that I have my paperwork as far as my location and how long I'm going to be at the Airbnb. These are the type of things that you want to have with you, that you're not guessing off the top of your head. I think I know the address. No, just I did that. I'm going to say this again, gentlemen. Before I got my first visa, I would do that. And this was in 2016, 2017. I would have a printed copy, or at least on my phone, a copy of my location so I can show them if ever they ask. And of course, in 2016, 17, they weren't asking. But if they ever asked, I would have my information available. So that's one of the tips that he's giving and I'm giving. Make sure that you have how long you're going to be here, your Airbnb location, and the information on your flight going back. Unless you have a visa already. And then we're going to talk about that in a minute. But let's go back to the video.
They're also going to be coordinating more closely with the U.S. And I hate to tell you this, but your past issues are going to matter. Your criminal history is going to be paramount in this next year. So previous problems in Colombia are going to be huge. So that ticket you got for having weed at the park, that's going to...
This is true, Hugh. This is true. Absolutely correct. This information applies. What you would implement, what you would do as far as just having your information on hand, you would have this on hand for anywhere you go to. This is how Andre and I kid you not, true story. This is how Andre and I move no matter what country we go to. When we went to Cuba, we had our in and out location as far as Airbnb. We had our flight returning location, so they knew they could see our flight returning, whether it be on our phone or they could pull that up, and any other information that they may have needed. Those three things. So even with the Cuba, when we went to Europe, if they ask for it, cool. If they don't ask for it, cool. When we went to Mexico, cool. So do realize that. So you're absolutely correct. It's
going to be a big thing this year. And also, certain convictions back home are not just going to be a conversation. They're going to be a hard stop. So if you have violence, if you have violent arrests, or if you have anything sexual in your past, they're going to start turning you away.
Shout out to Cs.
And the U.S. is going to help them with that. First of all, I want one thing to be very clear. This isn't about Trump. This isn't about Petro. This isn't about what they think about each other. This is what you think about them. This is all risk management to the country. So another thing that he did say is that some people have used Bogota as a workaround because there isn't as much ex-tourism there. But that window's closing. The same level of scrutiny that's expanding in Medellin is going to be going to very closely by the end of this year, so in the next couple days, it's going to be expanding to Bogota and Cartagena as well. So you might save a little bit of time and connecting domestically through Bogota, but don't expect lighter screening because that's not happening anymore. The system is being standardized, and by the end of this year, they want every international airport in Colombia to be on the same policy and on the same standard. If you're planning a longer stay, especially on a digital nomad or study visa, you can expect more friction as well. They're going to have a lot more denials this year.
Just like I was saying, every single airport in Colombia will be following this protocol. So you can't say, well, I'll fly into Bogota and shoot over to Medellin. You shouldn't have to do that, because if you do everything on point, you don't have to go through that headache. If you do everything on point, you won't have to go through the headache no matter where you land. So just listen to some of the tips that he gives, and I promise you'll get in and out of the country smooth as ever. But it's not now I want to say something real quick, guys, and I mean this. Do not think it's a pay for play thing. It's a protection of the citizens thing. There are 99.909 of us are not the perverts. We don't get the accusations like our brother Floyd is getting in Brazil. Most of us will never see that, never hear about that. We don't behave like that. We don't move like that. Remember, over 8 million people come to Colombia every year for the last 3 years. 8 million. That many people ain't coming for pay for play. It ain't even 800,000 of y'all. I'll give y'all 1 million and we'll shut that down right there. Let's say if it's just for whoremongering, just for the ladies, you just a weekend warrior. It's just 1 million of y'all. Between the passport sisters, grandmamas that come down here, grandpas that come down here, just people that's coming down here to exploration. You got to remember, Colombia, before passport bros, black expats and all that, has always been considered one of the most beautiful nature countries in the world. Cali, Colombia ranks in the top 10 countries in the world for bird watchers. Cali, Colombia has over this one city, 1,000 species of rare birds in this one city. I want to say that again, just in my city. I've seen bird watchers, professional bird watchers, walking through the city because we have 1,000 rare species of birds in this city. These people come from all over the world just for that hobby. So don't think that this streamlining of how a person gets in and out of the country is because pay for play. One is because of the perverts. Pay for play gonna be here, but the perverts made it bad for anybody that's on pay for play. I'm gonna say this again. Us regular guys, it ain't gonna impact us that much. You pay for play, weekend warriors. I hate to say it. Yes, clean your phone out. All the freaky stuff that you got in your phone, clean that out. All the freaky, yeah, look at me with 7 Colombianas, clean that out your phone. Us regular dudes, you ain't got to go through that because you ain't got that in your phone. You may have one lady that you met, or maybe 2 ladies that you met in your phone, but you ain't got all, look at who I had bend up, flip it up, flip it, rub it up, flip it, rub it down in your phone. You don't have that. But the whoremongers, they have that. The sex pats, they have that. The passport sexuals, they have that in their phones. So I just want you guys to feel comfortable that most of us, we ain't gonna go through this. When I came into Colombia just a few months ago from the Black Manosphere Conclave, right? I did not use my visa to get in. In other words, I forgot. I just forgot to get into the line with the Colombians. I was supposed to go into the local line, like Victor, when 0 milligram, T-Mac, J Clad, all you guys that have a visa down here, when they come in, they go through the regular Colombian line because they have a Colombian visa. Well, this time I forgot. And I went in the line with the tourist. I didn't get stopped. The most I got was, Andre, make sure next time you get into the line with the Colombians because you have a visa here. But as far as like, let me go through your phone, why? I already had a location here, already had a history here. They could go through my passport and see that there was a large gap between the time period when I'm here and when I'm not. So they're like, okay, when he leaves from the last stamp, it was a year ago. And then he went to the Black Manosphere Conclave for 2024. That was the last stamp. And then he came back in. Then he went to the Black Manosphere Conclave 2025. And that was the last stamp. So we see that Andre doesn't come in and out of the countries every 3 months or every 2 weeks. He's always in our country. So they could see by dates on my passport that I'm mainly here. But that's me. But for you guys that come like the whoremonger move, I kid you not, they might stop you and ask you. But do realize this, and I want to say this again before we go back to the video. Because I spend so much time in Colombia here, not because of Colombia, but because of here, when I go back to the States, they ask me the same questions Colombia asks you, my own country asks me when I go back, because I spend very little time back home. And so they're wondering like, so where you been? Why were you there so long? Well, show us some photos. Do you know how many times I've showed, and I've actually, true story. Do you know how many subscribers I have from immigration officers or TSA officers in the United States? I kid you not. As soon as I open up Love Crossing Borders, and they be like, oh, well, one guy said, oh, he for real, for real. And I remember, this is like the 3rd time I've done this, right? And what I would do is, and I would tell them, I said, before I leave, gentlemen, and it would be 5 or 6 officers, before I leave, could you do me a favor? Could you all pull out your cell phones and subscribe to Love Crossing Borders? And all 5 times I've been pulled to the side and stopped by U.S. Border Patrol in regards to, or TSA, going back into my own home country. Oh, y'all just ain't gonna, y'all, you know, Andre, y'all ain't gonna just sit up here and just go through my phone and then, oh, Mr. Spence, you can leave. Y'all might as well go ahead and subscribe. And they would pull out their cell phones and they would go to our channel, and every time I've gotten at least 20 subscribers in the last, I would say 8 years, that are from American TSA that pulled me to the side. So don't think that as you did something wrong. That's what my point is with my story. I hadn't done anything wrong. This is my home country. I'm going back to the States, but I still get pulled to the side. You might get pulled to the side coming into Colombia. Don't think that you personally did something wrong, that you're an evil person, that you're mean, or you're a monster. Don't think that. But do realize things are different from 2016, 17, 18, 19. After the pandemic, the game has changed, not because of Trump versus Petro, the president of Colombia, and Trump versus Brazil. That's a part of it. But the main part is they're getting so many tourists now. Just think about it. When I first came, they were only getting like 2 million tourists a year. Think about that. Across the country, nobody was wanting to come to Colombia. Now, fast forward 2025, 4, 3, 8 million a year. Now they're going to have to streamline how they let people in. So it's not you, it's just the masses of people that are coming in. Now, pay for play does have an impact on it, but it's not the main reason. So don't get caught up on, content creators saying it's because of pay for play. No, pay for play was here in 2019, 17, and it was no different. I'm gonna tell you guys this. Parque Lleras has always been Parque Lleras in Medellin. The clock tower with pay for play in Cartagena has always been a clock tower since I've been here with pay for play. So don't think, well, it must be more dudes coming down with pay for. No, it's always been like that. It was just the white brothers that was coming down, and white dudes knew how to shut up. I'm gonna say this again before we go back to the video. White dudes knew how to shut up and not put their business on YouTube and TikTok. It was the young brothers and others and Asians that was coming down here. Look at what I got for $14. You look like Will Smith. Look what I got. I got a 10 for $14. Come on down to Colombia and Brazil. And when we started talking, white boys was like, white brothers, there are a few times in life where black men owe y'all apology. I'm gonna say this again. White brothers, there are very few times in life where black men owe y'all apology. When it comes to putting all of our business, when it comes to our travel on social media, this is one of those times where black men need to be like, man, my bad. Now, like I'm going to say, white dudes have been whoremongering across the world and acting a dang fool for the longest. And they ain't never denied it. So any white boy that come into or white male that comes to the content and say, that wasn't us. Yes, it was. Y'all been whoremongering around the world for eons. Y'all just knew, keep your mouth shut about it. Brothers, we would always want to put some stuff on camera. $14. So white boys, we gonna take that. We gonna take that. Our bad. All right. We starting to realize everything can't go on camera for the police to see. I'm serious, guys. Just like in the States, when you see the drug dealers that put the money and the guns up on their music videos, and the feds are watching, and then all of a sudden you're looking at your favorite rapper got an indictment because they looked at the videos on YouTube and Instagram. It's the same thing with us. When we come to other countries and we be showing videos of everything, they look at like, oh, so that's what the brothers on? And then even the local women be thinking that, well, the white guys don't act like that. Yes, they do. They just don't put no cameras on it like we do. White guys will come to Medellin and be like, hey, look at Medellin. Turn his camera off. Come here, bitches. All the time. White boys will sit up there and put $10,000 to the side to buy some coochie. Go on camera and show museums, restaurants, architecture. Man, white boys will cut that damn camera off, put that Osmo camera in his pocket, take that $10,000 and buy up the whole block of coochie. What's the difference? White boys learn after eons of doing this to shut the fuck up. I can't hate on my white brothers with this one, man. We gonna have to take that L, fellas. Black men, Asian dudes, because y'all do it just like we do. Asian dudes that come to Colombia and brothers, we're gonna have to take that L. We can't blame this one on the white man. We can't blame this one on the white man. White man would sit up there 10,000 in his pocket and would pretend. He would at least pretend like he ain't about to buy no coochie, knowing he buy more coochie than we do. But he know how to keep his mouth shut. He be all in Thailand, coming from Europe, all in Thailand, all in the Philippines, buying coochie. He will go on camera and show you a restaurant in the Philippines, the zoo. Hey, let's go to Cebu and look at the animals, what is it? The shark, the largest fish, the whale shark. They'll show you all type of shit. Soon as them cameras go off, them white boys are throwing money in the air like they just, man, I want me like 15 bar girls having sex with each other, and while they having sex, I'm gonna jump in the middle. White boys be on some freaky, dicky, nasty stuff, but they got enough sense not to put that on camera. That's why Trump allegedly can pretend, and Bill Clinton allegedly can be on Epstein's photos, but you ain't seen nothing. We all know that Trump and all the rest of them creepy dudes mess with kids. Allegedly. Right? Allegedly. But they know how to keep it on the low. Now, I'm not co-signing messing with nobody's kids. Do not think I'm saying that. What I'm saying is, those of you adult males who are brothers and Asians that come to Colombia, you're going to have to kind of like delete or at least put in the cloud, like a Google Cloud, or put in on your phone, put it somewhere where, you know, if they ask you to open up your phone, put it on Dropbox, any of those cloud platforms that allow you to upload all your videos there. And if somebody asks you to open up your phone, none of those videos are in your phone. Because I know y'all like to record. Nothing wrong with recording. White boys record. I'm gonna say this again. Okay, the guy that's on your screen right now, what do you think he does for a living? Come on, I'm going to the comment section. I'm gonna read the super chats right now. The guy on your screen right now, what do you think that he does for a living? I'm gonna give you 3 guesses. Shout out to my man Black by what? Shout out to Black by Design being in the building with the $10 love. He said, "What's up, coach and chat?" He said, "I know that yes, it has been a while, my brother. It has. I'm glad that you're doing good, man. I really am." He said, "Life has been working me beyond belief. Salute to my online family, man. I'm glad that you're doing good, man. Happy holidays to you and the family, man. Hope everything's going great. And I can understand how life can get you." Theo says this. Theo says, "Chewbacca promises to erase all of his good time." Thank you. That's all we ask. That's all. I know Chewy coming down here to get chewed. I know Chewy coming to get chewed. But at least Chewy ain't gonna put it on camera. You know what I'm saying? He said photos of Eva. He said good time photos of Eva before going to Colombia. Right. Shout out to Chewbacca. And for those that don't know who Chewbacca is, that's Eva. Those are Theo's dogs, his pets. Shout out to Chewy and Eva. Shout out to you too. Yeah, guys, I kid you not, man. Yeah, he said not all, but few. He said do nasty-ish. Yes, sir. Yeah, right. For those of us that know that we wild, come on, fellas. Y'all know I got stories, and there's been a bunch of stories I don't even tell on YouTube. These are Patreon stories I'm gonna sell, but save for Patreon. But I kid you not, man. If you know that you freaky deaky with the adult ladies, of course, don't have that stuff in your phone. Don't have it. Treat Colombian, when you come in, treat Colombia's version of TSA like your woman. You know, if you're going back home to your woman back in the States, you don't want her to see all that. Do the same thing when it comes to Colombia. He say, get wasted, go streaking. Right, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's get back to the video, gentlemen. I want to finish this video off, and then we're going to get to the passport sisters. But for those that took the time out to see, absolutely correct. You probably watched this video before. Shout out to my man, See Shorts Only. He is in the webcam industry. We're talking about the OF industry. He talks about on his channel how he has worked with over 2,000 OF women as far as the business, as far as helping them build their brands. That's what he does. He says, I don't sleep with the ladies. He said, it's not what people think as far as my end. He said, I am on the business side of webcam with ladies. He said, I came to Colombia because we had a webcam convention here in Colombia. That's how he got to Colombia. And he said that, a true story. And he says that, I know, right? Yep. He said that if some of you guys have watched his channel, he tells his story. And he says that, the reason why I tell you his story, like I said, I want to have him on the show, is because somebody with his background of being with the ladies, you would assume that Colombia would turn him away. His career. And he said, it wasn't even on my radar. I mean, really good story, man. Really good story. But he tells how, he said, man, it's not what you guys think. He said, being in the OF on the business side is like taking care of your little sister that gets on your last nerve. He said, so imagine you got 2,000 little sisters working your last nerve all year round, every day. He said, but people assume, yeah, I got all these beautiful ladies. He said, He said that little fantasy mindset about women wears off fast. He said that you start to see this as a business. It's my job was to be there to be able to help them build their brands. He said, he said, I never mess with anybody under the umbrella of my company. He said, and I asked my company after coming here come to Medellin for a OF convention or a webcam convention. And I asked them, would it be all right if I worked with the brand that we have in, or the company that we have in Colombia? And they were like, that would be a good idea as far as expanding our brand in Colombia. He said, and it's been doing great. He said, but I don't mess with anybody that's in the industry. He said, and it's hard for me to date when people even know that I work on the marketing side of the industry. He said, because women in Colombia, he said, the good women in Colombia that got money. I want to say this again. He said, women that have money or a decent job in Colombia will not mess around with a man in any form of industry. He said, so if you in marketing, he said, I'm in marketing for OF. Women don't want to date me. He said, and I'm talking about professional women as far as a career or a good job, or they're going to school. He said, regular good Colombianos, he said, it's hard for me to tell them what I do. He said, so I have to say that I'm in a different business. He said, but eventually it comes out and then they get upset because they think the stereotype of, oh, you got all these women. And he's like, it's not like that at all. I mean, really, really good down to earth dude, man. So shout out to Medellin Unfiltered. I mean, if you get a chance to subscribe to his channel, he has like 1,500, 1,800 subscribers. He's brand new, but really down to earth. And he's very open about the industry itself as far as his experiences. And but right now, we're just going to finish off the last few minutes of his video. And my point in saying all that, shout out to all 114 in here. Make sure that you click the like button. I like you. Make sure that you like us too. He said, I don't think that I could do the industry. And I couldn't either. It's just not me. And he says, I look at it from the business side. He said, I don't look at it from the lady side. He said, I used to look at it from the lady side like the average male. He said, but once I got into the business, he said, I saw that this is really a business. Like they have business conferences, and it's not a coincidence that, remember we looked at the stat the other day, American men have spent over $2.38 billion last year on OF. Billion with the alien. That's not just, oh yeah, we just clicking on some women. No, there's a business behind it that makes sure that you click on particular women and do what you do. There's a business behind it. It's crazy. And he's in that business, the business side of it. So, and he's saying that, my point in saying his story is to let you guys know, if he's only been here for a couple of years, or I think he said he's been here off and on for 10 years, come to think of it, off and on for 10 years. And he can still go in and out and don't have to worry. Take it from me. The tips that this guy is sharing is gold. That's why I told this story. So let me shut up. Let me be quiet. Make sure I got all the super chats. And I'll get to the cash apps in a second. And let me hit the button for him.
And they've been denying him quite a bit. This year, they're going to start denying him even more. They're going to be doing a lot deeper document scrutiny. So they're going to have less tolerance for sloppy applications. And actually, some language schools are already losing their accreditation. So that trend isn't reversing it anytime soon either. So a couple things. I know I'm going to hear it because I've heard it on the last couple videos with it. Is, well, the U.S. does the same thing. Yes. Where do you think Colombia is getting this playbook from? They're going to be making it clear that long-term stays are for people that take the process seriously.
And he's correct. Before he goes any further, the fake language schools that guys could come here and get a student visa and say, I'm going to Colombia to learn Spanish. Those fake language schools are being shut down in Colombia as well.
Seriously. So look, here's the bottom line. Bottom line on this is, if you're a normal traveler, prepared, respectful, and clear about why you're here, this should all be a non-starter. Show up sober, act like you're being watched because you are, keep your story simple and consistent, and you're going to be fine. But if you're coming here entitled, half drunk, winging it, loud, obnoxious, and just relying on old loopholes to get through, 2026 in Medellin is going to be a rough time for you. Your vacation starts once you pass immigration. Everything before that is just an interview. So I know that a lot of YouTubers do this, and I guess I'm technically a YouTuber now. Please share this with anybody. Share this in your groups with people that are coming to Medellin, because this is going to be the way that it is moving forward. So I want people to share this and let people know what's happening. And I'm not going to do the like, share, subscribe thing because I hope you already do that anyways. Until next time, if you have questions or you have anything with that, leave them down in the comments. But please, let's be respectful of each other. I know things devolve quickly, but please be respectful of each other. And let's have a discussion. Let's see if we can find some common ground here. I want to have a nice discussion with y'all about it. So, and tell me about your airport experience. If it's good, bad, or indifferent, I want to hear about what is happening, especially if it's this year, with this last year. I want to hear about it because I don't want you guys to be the next person who's on Colombian TV with your face blurred out, being told this gringo is being sent back home because they had blank. So be safe, guys. Love.
We're gonna end with his part of this video right here. We're going to end with his part of the video right here, because he's just basically, we're going to get him on the show and we can ask him about, the video cam industry, and but I really want to ask him more about his experiences or what we can look what's coming down the turnpike when it comes to the industry itself, and not the industry, but Colombia itself and the TSA. So Colombia's version of TSA. But Black by Design says this, which I didn't know. Shout out to Black by Design with the $5 love. He says this. He said, they're doing the same thing in Japan. They are canceling Africans from coming to Japan. And we all know that for like the last 4 or 5 years, I would even say even before the pandemic, if you were African going to Japan, China, or any part of Southeast Asia, it was like you could just walk through the front door. There was no big deal, no visa big deal, because, you know, Japan working with a lot of countries in Japan, China, and others are working with a lot of countries in Africa. So they work alongside with each other. So it was like nothing to go to Southeast Asia if you were from the continent of Africa. But now they're starting to kind of like streamline who can get in and who can stay. That's global. We have to realize that what's going on. I got a video coming down the turnpike. I think I might do it next week. It's called The End of the White of America. The End of White America. The End of White America. A lot of you don't realize, I mean, we say it in the United States flippantly. White America is literally coming to an end. We say it, but white America, by population, the white America that we know, the dominant white America. Okay, let's look at it from this perspective. America considers white a person from India who ain't, you know, they ain't white, but America makes them put down, you're white too. A person from Turkey or the Middle East, Dubai, Jordan, oh, you're white too. There is no category that says that you're a Middle Easterner. You're white too. So white America is even the true white Anglo-Saxon WASP American is even smaller than what we think it is. Because most of the people that's considered white under the umbrella of white in America, it ain't even that many people. It's just that the other groups, they force to say on their passport, you're white, or on their job application, you're white. When last time you saw a job application that said, are you from India? Nope, they have to put you white. When last time you saw a job application and you say that you're from the Middle East? No, what they put? You're white. That the Anglo-Saxon pool is becoming so small because of the lack of births in the United States and the growth of other cultures that I'm talking about within a 5-year window, the white that we know in America is done. They will be the minority of the minority. And so what they're doing, they're trying to fight against other cultures coming in. Well, why did I say that? Because other cultures are doing the same thing to protect their culture in their country. So Spain is trying their best to fight against too many Africans. Portugal is fighting against too many foreigners coming into their country because they know that they will become a minority within their country, like whites, the historical, if you want to put it like we have the FBA, they can have the FWA, foundational white Americans, are coming to be a smaller and smaller. And you can research it. Like I said, I'm doing a live stream on it next week in regards to the end of white America. White America is rapidly. And that's why and the reason why, and this is the funny part, I'm just going to give you a tip, a little hint of the video for next week. Corporate America is the cause of the collapse of white America. Corporate America is the actual cause of the collapse of white America. corporate America does not, it's so non-biased that it will allow whiteness to collapse for $1. Remember how we always talk about on this channel, follow the dollar? They will allow whiteness in America to collapse if they can make more money from all these other cultures growing in America. And so corporate America is not defending whiteness. It's like, no, we love the collapse of whiteness because there are more people that are part of these other cultures. And that's why you're seeing the interracial commercials on Cheerios and the interracial couples on television shows. Remember, it was taboo when it was majority white. Now corporations are purposely collapsing white America. So next week, we're going to be talking about the collapse of white America. That's going to be one of our videos next week. And Theo says this. He said, you are correct. According to AI, white females are the least likely reproducing demographic in the, I didn't know this. I didn't, in the world. Let's let that sink in, gentlemen. White women are the least reproducing demographic in the world. This population is collapsing, meaning or will collapse. Not meaning that the U.S. population will collapse, but it is the collapse. Why you think that Trump is president? Can I be honest with y'all? Mega is the face of the Trump movement. Behind the scenes, one of the real reasons why Trump is president, because white males are panicking. White women aren't having babies like they used to keep the white population growing. Nobody fears whiteness like they used to fear whiteness. Police trying to be as brutal as they can to prove we're still in power. Our whiteness is still in power. And no matter how many of us you abuse or brutalize, it just doesn't hit the community like it used to in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. It's almost like society in America sees what white males are doing and why they're doing it. Before we didn't see that. We just thought it was just racist. Now we literally see that white males are panicking. Now, not all white males. Majority of white males are just living their lives. White men and white women just living their lives. But there is a pool of crazy white dudes, racist white dudes that are panicking, and some of them in politics. And that's one of the reasons why President Trump became president, because white males are panicking. Because this is a train that they know is not going to turn around. It's not a coincidence that you had a Obama, a Kamala, and all these other black people who have run for president over the last 10 years and have made huge tractions. To whereas you had people like white girl Hillary thought she'd automatically get in. And that wasn't true, was it? Being white doesn't automatically make you president anymore, does it? There was a time all she needed to be was white, and white was all right. That didn't cut it, did it, with Hillary? Did she become president because of her whiteness? Sitting up there talking about I got hot sauce in my purse, insulting black people. I don't want to harp on this because I want to get to our next topic, our next main topic. But I'm really excited about talking about the shift that's taking place globally. I'm gonna say this again. It's not, from my research, it's not just taking place in the United States. Whiteness is becoming a minority in many countries now. So when I talk about whiteness starting to become the minority over the next 20, 30 years, it's not just the United States. There are other countries where being white is not going to be considered the majority anymore. So, and this is not a racial coming at my white brothers and sisters. Don't think that at all. I'm just saying that there's a reset taking place in the world. Just like the reset took place in the early 1800s. Let's be real. For those that didn't know, white people did not rule all the time. I know we think that white people always ruled. That's not true. That happened in the early 1800s. England, London were the first true white Anglo-Saxons to, like, not Rome. Rome ruled white in a little bit of Europe. I mean, a little bit of Africa, but they mainly ruled white countries. It was just white people ruling white people. Let's be real. Rome wasn't ruling any parts of Asia. It wasn't ruling Southern Africa. It was mainly just kind of like stopped in Egypt, didn't it? So it wasn't really ruling Africa. But the first ones to actually go past white people ruling white people was London. Well, I mean, not London. I want to say London, the city, but UK itself. And they were the first ones to kind of like have a little piece of Asia, a little piece of, remember, North America in the beginning was ruled by London, UK. And then UK, and then they started branching a little further in Africa. But that's when they first started. They were the first ones to kind of like white people having to stretch their arms a little in the 1800s. That's it. I know we think that it was long 2,000 years of white people. No. Do your homework. White people have only been kind of ruling for maybe like 200, 300 years. If that, you stretch it. White people have not been ruling as long as, you guys with on a global scale. I'm not talking about slavery. Let's not talk about slavery. I'm talking about ruling the way that they do now. Maybe 300 years. We could push it to 400 years. Yeah. And now we're starting to collapse. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. And so now the world is starting to reset itself to where it's not just going to be white Anglo-Saxons. And notice, I didn't say the collapse of America. I didn't say America is about to collapse. I said the way that we rule and we pick politicians and the way that we're the minorities, that is about to collapse. In the next 20 years, there will be a new group calling themselves minorities, and it will be whites. Right now, you have white males that are suing lawsuits for jobs. That company didn't hire. Remember the Rainbow Coalition? I know I'm kind of babbling about racism, not about racism, but the shift of the United States. Remember there was a time during Jesse Jackson, the Rainbow Coalition, when the Rainbow Coalition went around suing corporations for not hiring blacks. Did you know right now a version of the Rainbow Coalition for white males, not white women, white males, are going around the country suing corporations because of DEI over the last 40 years, are suing corporations for not hiring enough white males in the United States because they feel, and could be understandable, like they're becoming the minority. If you think black women don't like to see interracial couples, just some of our white brothers, they can't stand to see interracial couples. Shout out to my brother G. It's like everybody's showing up for Christmas that I haven't seen in a while. Shout out to G back in the building. G Mac says, make sure that you research Dr. Francis. You know me with my pen, I always take notes. Dr. Francis. Cress Westland. Oh no. Yeah, Westland. Before you do your video, she predicted the decline in the 80s. Okay, cool. Perfect. Man, thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. I'm going to research that a little later on. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not excited about seeing white people decline. You know, it's FBA brothers back in the States. It's like, yeah, white men, yeah, they need to go down. I'm not like that. I just look at what's going on and I just share the information about shifts. Kind of like the earthquake plates is shifting and there's a new shift taking place. Like I said, America is going to always be a superpower for many years to come. It may not be a superpower under the umbrella of white president, white president, white president, white president, white president, like we have seen before. I believe that America is ready for a black president. I mean, a black female president too, if she holds the qualifications that are needed. I think America has a problem with voting for a black female president if it's done right and if she does it right. I don't think America is. I think America is already at the tipping point for a Latin president if it's done right. So I think America is at the point where it's a reset. White boys, y'all had y'all run. Y'all had a good run. But average white brothers are going, I kid you not, average white men are going to wake up in the next 10 years and realize corporate America lied to you and left you. White brothers, in the next 10 years, you're going to see corporate America lied to you, used you, tricked you, deceived you, and made you think that whiteness meant something. Even though you're only making and you're struggling like the rest of us, but they still make you feel that your whiteness was something, even though you make 50,000 and I make 50,000. You make 60,000, I make 60,000. But they trick you and they are about to leave you after they tricked you into becoming police officers and sitting back abusing the community and attacking a person of a certain color. Corporate America, you're going to see in the next 10 to 30 years, white males, white women, you're going to see corporate America does not care about you like you thought. You thought the country did. No, the country is a corporation. You trusted a corporation to have your back as a white dude. Did it work? No. A lot of y'all struggling to pay your bills and using coupons like the rest of us, aren't you? You eating unhealthy American food just like we eat unhealthy American food, don't you? You drink the same trashy American water that we drink. Your kids are struggling in some of the schools that we struggle in. Yeah, they oppress us a lot more, but they trick y'all a lot more. See, we recognize our oppression. You have been tricked into thinking that your whiteness made you better. And in the next 10 to 15 years, what's frustrating white people is that corporate America left white people behind. And this is why you have white males now, today, you can look it up, filing lawsuits on corporations for leaving white males behind. I went to school, check. I got the degree, check. I was supposed to get the job because I'm white, check. And I didn't, because you hired women or you hired black, female, or no, I want to say black, you hired a minority females. You didn't even hire white males or Asian males. You hired females as a minority, any different color as a minority, and as white males and black men got left by the wayside since the late 70s until now. And for those of you that were around, you can attest to what I'm saying. Black men and white men for the last 50 years have been pushed to the side. And we might get the job or might not, depending on DEI. And I've been seeing it for years. My whole life, I've been seeing black men not getting jobs and white men not getting jobs because of DEI. So all you brothers that are pro my brother, okay, you weren't around or you forgot what it was like to see a black man that was qualified and a less qualified white woman or black woman on the same application, and the black man who was more qualified didn't get the job, or the white man that was more qualified didn't get the job because of DEI. How easily we forget. Shout out to you guys being here. I appreciate. He said they're only ruling because we're too trusting of humans. This is true too. Black people got to stop trusting everybody. Black people trust everybody like white people trust corporations. Y'all caught that? Black people trust everybody. We'll open up the door and show love to everybody. Just like white people trust corporations to look out for white people. And white people are starting to realize corporations only care about money. They do not care about us. And just like it's sad for white people, just like it's sad for black people to deal with the disparity, it's sad that white males have been dealing with the disparity for any of us, man. All of us just want equal opportunity. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. But let's go to part 2 of our episode tonight. Shout out to all 100 of you guys here, because we're going to be talking about.
I've never told you why I moved to Vietnam. So
before we go here, part 2 tonight is the sisters that are lonely in the Philippines. Not just Philippines, all of Asia. They're lonely for Christmas. Let's check it out, gentlemen.
I just realized I've never told you why I moved to Vietnam. So January 2025, this TikTok video came across my feed. His name is Chris. He lives in Thailand. And he was talking about how inexpensive it was to live in Thailand with the American dollar. So I went down the rabbit hole and I was researching Thailand. And then as I'm down the rabbit hole of Google and everything else, looking at Thailand, I see videos of Thailand versus Vietnam, Vietnam versus Thailand. So I went down the rabbit hole of Vietnam some more. That was in April. So on July 28th, I moved to Vietnam. Mind you,
she said she did this just off the whim of a friend named Chris. Shout out to Chris. But she said she moved to Vietnam just because a friend of hers, Chris, told her that the cost of living was better. So let's listen to the rest of the story.
Out visiting first. So this was like officially my second stamp on my passport. Korea was my first stamp on my passport because I had a layover over there. The plane wasn't ready. The connecting flight did not take me to Vietnam. They had issues. So they let me stay in Korea overnight. So the video that made me really move to Vietnam was a video of the beach in Da Nang, Vietnam. Mind you, I'm born and raised in Miami, Florida. So it kind of put me in the mind of back home in Miami, Florida. And at the time I was living in Houston, Texas. So I was like, oh my God, I miss the beaches in Miami. I, took it for granted. I hardly ever went to the beach when I lived in Miami. And then to see Da Nang, Vietnam look so similar to the beaches in Miami, I'm like, oh yeah, moving to Vietnam. And long story short, I'm living in Vietnam now. I've been here like a month and a half, or less than a half. And I love it. Now, my personality allowed me to move to Vietnam without visiting first. As a single Black woman, I moved across the world without visiting a place first. But that's my personality though. Like everybody can't do that, I know. But I was a truck driver like Who's driving 18-wheelers? Not me. Yeah, I did. I did that. When I was in my early 20s, I went and bought a motorcycle because I was bored. I didn't even know how to ride the motorcycle. I had to call my brother to tell him, hey, bro, yeah, I just bought a motorcycle. Can you come ride it home for me? Because I don't know how to ride it. And can you teach me how to ride it when we get there? I also bought a school bus in like 2016, 2017, and I gutted it with my own two hands and a little bit of help. And then I went and bought all these tools from Lowe's and Home Depot, and I started turning it into an RV. I started converting it into an RV with my own two hands. That ended up being a money pit, so I just sold it unfinished, but it was fun as hell for me to do that. I also said I would never get married and never have kids. I never wanted kids. That was just my personality. Child, I ended up getting married twice and having 5 kids, okay?
Pause for the cause. Wait a minute. See, a lot of times I'll create the videos, but I'll purposely don't watch to the end because I want to give a natural reaction like you got. Thank you. I want to give a natural reaction like you guys gave. Yeah, all of us are thinking, all of us are thinking the same thing. Like I say, I will purposely not listen to certain clips of each video because I want to give a natural reaction like you guys are giving. Did this woman sit back and say, so I'm thinking like she one of them earthy chicks, you know, a tree hugger, you know, writing her diary, kind of like, you know, she's got the spiritual rocks, things like that. Not putting that down at all. Until she said, until she said, and then she said, I'm the type that didn't want to have kids. And I was like, I can see her being that type. And when she said, child, I'm gonna bring that back. Child, I had 2 marriages and 5 kids. I was not expecting that. I was expecting her to be one of them chicks that renovated a van and been living across the United States in a van. Yeah, you guys are not alone. 5, man, you know, dude, she is the definition of shooting up the club. She is the definition. Somebody came in there just like, schlock, and just shot up her club. She ain't got no, if doctors or scientists examine her body up on death, there is no condom residue. There is no evidence of condom stripes or strips ever entering her coochie. Goodness gracious. And she just laughing it off like it is what it is. Come, fellas, let's think about it. Let's think. We sit back and we say it flippantly about men control marriage, women control sex. A woman not only have to spread her legs. Let's not look at it like that. A woman, for the most part, will have to lay back, literally, on her back, not only spread her legs, her coochie, her butthole is exposed, everything. I mean, she literally have to look us in the face, fall back on the bed, grab her ankles, pull her ankles back. I mean, all this is her own decision. Condom ain't no, the condom is 3 blocks away, make a left, still in the dang pharmacy. He ain't gone to the pharmacy and bought a condom. She ain't going to the pharmacy and bought a condom. They've been fucking for 3 months. She is 5 kids deep and she live in Southeast Asia. I'm not talking about a woman that's living in the States. I'm talking about a woman that took her and them kids all the way to, she said, first I went to Korea, and then after Korea, I went to Viet. She gave that, she literally put a sign on her coochie. She got a tattoo on the back of her thigh that when you push her leg back, it says nut here. Man, y'all got to be careful out there, man. Them women don't have no problem with making y'all baby mamas and taking y'all money. My man, Black by Design, says this. He said, as a 25-year truck driver, he said, I can move anywhere for a woman. He said, I probably wouldn't advise it, of course. He said, this woman is redonkulous. I'm going to say it my way. Redonkulous. After the 5 kids added, hey, I'm done. I'm done. And I agree with you, brother. I agree 100% with you. Goodness gracious, man. You guys are looking just like I am. Flabbergasted. He said, which means the unspoken, her travels are financed from both divorces. I didn't even catch that. Good call, brother. I didn't even catch that. Good call. Shout out to, yeah, for real. Ricola. You can echo in her coochie. Her coochie got an echo in it. For all you guys that remember the Ricola breath mint commercials. Ricola. Seriously, man. He said, I almost dropped my phone. I was not expecting that either, brothers. You are not alone. I am here with you. Seriously. He said, she's no longer cute to me. Yeah, I thought she was cute, like one of them cute earthy chicks. Natural hair. Her hair just, so you think like, oh, bad. Man, she just kind of like, 5 kids. 2 to 3 baby daddy. Oh, no, I'm not. 2 marriages failed. 5 kids deep. Let's go back. I'm gonna bring that beat back, man. I was not expecting that. Is she the first part of this video? She's the first part of this video. Oh man, yeah, okay. Let me bring that beat back. Let me shut up and bring that beat back. Here we go.
Hey, bro, yeah, I just bought a motorcycle. Can you come ride it home for me? Because I don't know how to ride it. And can you teach me how to ride it when we get there? I also bought a school bus in like 2016, 2017, and I gutted it with my own 2 hands and a little bit of help.
So she gutted a school bus. She had her and them kids living in a school bus traveling across the country.
And then I went and bought all these tools from Lowe's and Home Depot, and I started turning it into an RV. I started converting it into an RV with my own 2 hands. That ended up being a money pit, so I just sold it unfinished, but it was fun as hell for me to do that. I also said I would never get married and never have kids. I never wanted kids. That was just my personality. Child, I ended up getting married twice and having 5 kids. Okay. Okay.
And she think it's funny. You know what? I'm starting to believe what the brother said about her making good money off of the divorce and child support. Because she can sit back and laugh. She laughing like she don't have a financial care in the world. Like she don't have a financial care in the world. And yeah, she might be a little touched. She's laughing too much. She might be a little touched. But I'm going to tell you something. let's be honest, fellas. The ones that's touched like that, see, there's a difference between two different touches. And come on, fellas, come on, let's talk. Barbershop talk, huddle. We know there's a touch chick that's crazy. She gonna key up your car. She gonna show up to your job. She gonna be calling your ex. She gonna be texting your ex-girl on Facebook. That touch. But then there's ones that's touch like this. The ones that you know the elevator just don't go to the top. For the dudes that don't know, you think the sex is good with this crazy? This crazy over here, where the elevator, them the nastiest, freakiest mother, them earthy, the one like her here, man, them be the freaky nastiest. You be like, you nasty mother. Did you, girl, what do you mean? Why are you licking it off the floor? You nasty. Have you ever, see, these are the ones that you stop and stare. Okay, I ain't the only one. I know I ain't the only one that ever stopped and stared at a nasty chick as she was doing something nasty. I'm gonna say this again. I am not the first one. Do not act like I'm the only one sitting here. Don't make me feel like I'm by myself. You in the middle of being intimate with somebody, and a female do something so nasty that you just stopping and staring like, you nasty for real. Like, so you gonna take it out your butt and suck it? So you ain't gonna wipe it off either. You just gonna take it out your butt and just gonna. Have you ever had a female that was so nasty that you try to pretend like you was freaky like her, but you wasn't that freaky? You be like, I'm a freak, girl. You ain't ready for this. But then when she do something like extra freaky, like tie me up to the stove, you be like, tie you up to the stove? And while you tie her up to the stove, now turn the eye on. What do you mean turn the stove eye on? Turn them all on. Turn all 4 stove eyes on. Ain't that gonna burn your arms? Turn them on. Don't be a punk. And you looking like, oh, okay. And you turn the stove eyes on and she laughing while you hitting it from the back. The flames just a flaming. Wrists burning. She handcuffed to the stove, can't get away, screaming at the top of her lungs in the middle of a stove orgasm. And you thinking to yourself, this crazy mother ain't never coming back in my house again. I don't care how many bottles of wine we drink. I am not that drunk to let that woman back in my house again. I know I ain't the only one that ever had somebody so crazy to where I was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. You could never be my woman. I ain't gonna never introduce you to my pastor. You got like 14, 15 demons. Your nickname is Legends, a Legion, for we are many. Your nickname is Legion, girl. Don't act like I'm the only one that ever had some. You be sitting up there having sex with somebody, you be staring at her like, what is wrong with you? You are nasty. Do it again. Do it again. See what I'm saying? Be having stove orgasms. Damn stove be burning her under her arms. She handcuffed to the damn stove. And you be wondering in your mind, who the hell, not only is she crazy, you asking yourself, who the hell was the first dude? This how I think. I think like when she go home, my stove, I'm gonna go in the kitchen, looking at my stove, like my stove had just been graped, right? Somebody just graped my stove. I'm thinking to myself, who was the dude that introduced her to stove orgasms? I ain't thinking how crazy she is. I know she crazy. Who was the dude that said, girl, come in? I know you only 19 years old. I'm about to introduce you to stove orgasms. What? What do you mean? Come here, girl. Let me tie you down to this damn stove. I'm going to show you how this is. First, we're going to start with the oven heat. I'm going to show you. I'm going to open up the oven. You're going to spread your legs around the oven. So now she got oven heat coming up in her coochie. While that dude that's 25 hitting it from the back while she was 19 and she was introduced to stuff. You wonder who the hell was the dude that introduced her crazy ass to stove orgasms? Because it wasn't me. That wasn't her first time. Somebody before me taught her how to do this. This is what be going through my mind. Who the hell? If it wasn't me, if I wasn't the first, who the hell was the first? Man, this chick here, this is a stove orgasm chick. I recognize the symptoms all day long. This chick right here ain't gonna she will never key up your car. You will never have to worry about her going through your phone, talk about who is this. You will never have to worry about this chick chasing you with a crowbar. But when it comes to crazy in that bedroom, no wonder she got 5 kids. No condoms allowed. Bruh, these chicks' sex be so good. She could have 4 kids. Your son was just the 5th. That coochie was so good. You be like, I don't care if you got 4 kids. I do not care, girl. I'm gonna shoot up this club. You are nasty. I thought she was just clumsy. I done ran across these type of chicks too many times. Them the ones that's crazy in a different way. In a different way. He said, but she was there for bruh. Black by Design says this with the $2 love. He said, pretty ain't always good. Brother, preach on. You have never lied. Yeah, but she was a freak. She never misses a beat. Yeah, she was a freak. Boy, was she sweet. Yeah, shout out to Black Lex in the building. He said, there's some trauma in there. Every single, bro, I'm gonna tell you something. See, that's how I know that I'm not alone, and you guys know what I'm talking about. Every single one of them that I've met that's like this, crazy, freaky, there's some trauma in there. Something happened in the family. Or they're biracial chicks are always just, not always, but a lot of times, I don't know if I'm black, I don't know if I'm white, I don't know if I'm this, I don't know if I'm that. And it transfers over to the bedroom. And so the white side come out, and then the black side come out at the same time. So I'm crazy like a white girl, but yet I'm black. And you be looking like, what's wrong with you? I'm white, but yet I'm black. The mixed girls, this biracial, man, I want a boy. I want 2 boys for real. Because me and Andre having a biracial girl, would I really want my little girl with my DNA? No. No. Maybe with Andrea's more disciplined, but mine, no. It's so yeah, man. Yep. Some of them, yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. He said, I was wondering where their burn marks came from. Yeah, seriously, man. Like, girl, where'd you get burn marks on your back? Where, what? Like, you don't know them burn marks on your back, girl. What, when, what, where? Don't play stupid. Well, I ain't gonna stop hitting it from the back. I'm just letting you know that you got burn marks back here. Just letting you know. He said, I wonder where the Burmers were from. Seriously, man. Shout out to Mark. He said, I'm thinking how many ninjas that she do this with that has become regular. Facts, man. You be sitting there thinking to yourself, like, wait a minute, I'm not the only one to do the stove orgasms. Why is it? He said, it wouldn't be like, how do you not feel bad about doing that to a girl like that? And they just ain't seen what we see. Man, I wish I had the horns. If women saw in other women the stuff that we've seen, if only in their girlfriend group, if only among their church sisters, if only among their sorority sisters, the stories that we tell, they would look at us like, it didn't happen like that. I'm like, girl, your homegirl is nasty than a mud. He said they just ain't seen what we seen. He says hard to respect the person who goes to certain level. For bruh, you be looking like, you want me to tell you where? What do you mean? Because you know they got the the restrainers for the doorway that you kind of like, you can restrain them in like an X in the doorway. I'm not telling you how I know, but I'm just saying that they got them. Let's continue on with Miss Light Skin, Earthy, Freaky Deaky with the 5 kids. Yep, there we go. T-Mac says, and shout out to T-Mac. T-Mac said, after 5 kids, you know you ain't nothing. You know you ain't nothing that ain't nothing left of her that is special. Absolutely correct. There is nothing special about her. Is she laughing it off? Let's bring that beat back one more time. We're gonna continue on with the video.
I also said I would never get married and never have kids. I never wanted kids. That was just my personality. Child, I ended up getting married twice and having 5 kids. Okay. Okay, girl, life be lifing. So apparently I'm a little adventurous and I kind of go with the flow of life. And
did I not say that? Did I not just take 10 minutes out and talk about she's adventurous? Dude, I have been with these earthy chicks. I'm telling you. Their crazy is different from violence crazy. See, I'm gonna say this. If I had a choice between the 2 crazies, being a Libra, I put it on the Libra scale. Give me this chick right here 100 times over. They are not violent at all. They are earthy crazy. They are mentally, the elevator just doesn't go to the top crazy. They laugh and giggle at everything. They think stuff that's serious is funny. They're earthy crazy. I'll take a earthy crazy chick, a freaky, nasty, earthy crazy chick all day long compared to you dudes that's with the wild sex, but she tear up everything. She gonna have great. I'd rather have the earthy crazy chick than the chick that's gonna have sex with me, then set the bed on fire after we get done. See, y'all like the ones that set the bed on fire. She going through your cell phone, y'all fighting, police got to come out to your house, but the sex is good. Not Andre. I'm the exact opposite. Give me the earthy, crazy chick all day long. Cause she's so crazy, she ain't even looking for a relationship. That's how them earthy, crazy chicks are. He said, you got to know how to say no to pretty pussy. You do. Some of them, you do. You do, bruh. He said, speaking of light skin, he said, when I was with that T.I. ATL movie, he said that mafia boss said in the movie, he said, ain't they say light-skinned kids not in style no more? For real, seriously, man. Okay, I'm not the only one. I'm not alone. Thank you, gentlemen.
at this point, life has flown me to Vietnam. I'm 54 and all my children are grown.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie. She look good for 54. We can't hate on that, fellas. 5 kids deep. 54. Come on, let's give credit where credit is due, fellas. You know I'm gonna bring that beat back. She 54. I'm gonna bring that beat back. I give it to her. Man, come on, look at that screen. That looks nothing like 54. She looks 34. And she don't look like she got a bunch of makeup on. We know that since she look like she mixed, that's all her hair. Think about you pulling all that hair. You taking all that hair and pulling it from the back. You just snapping her neck. You pulling the back of her hair so hard. She got so much hair that you got to twist it around your wrist. 54? I ain't gonna lie, dog. 5 kids? I might not see me. Oh my God, dog, 54? If I was single, I'll never meet her kids. But I'm gonna hit it about 3 times. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I'm putting them condoms on because I ain't gonna be baby daddy number 5. I ain't gonna lie, she wearing that 54 well, black, yeah. She in Thailand right now. 54 with 5 kids? Man, she made me want to go look up her page, her whole page, to see what she looking like now. See what she working with. 54. I ain't mad at you, little mama. I ain't no hater at all. I did not know that. All right, let's continue on.
And I kind of go with the flow of life. And at this point, life has flowed me to Vietnam. I'm 54 and my children are grown, and I wasn't dating for like a year and a half while I was living in Houston, and I had nothing holding me back.
Wait a minute.
I'm 28.
Did she say, wait a minute, let's pause. Did she say she's 54 in Thailand, went to Vietnam? She spent a lonely Christmas today. All this about lonely women for Christmas. All the passport sisters that are lonely. 54, all her kids grown. For some of you dudes that's over 35, we got a contender. You just got to make sure you put a condom on because she's fertile. Careful. She looking like a trap. That's why I said she fertile. Put that condom on. Seriously. You got to see what she look like without makeup, though. Like I said, she not wearing too much makeup. He say, Dre, like, so we let me show you that kitchen for real. Let me show you the kitchen. We got a stove in the kitchen. Let me show you the kitchen. Let me introduce you to my kitchen. Yeah, fertile myrtle for real. 5 kids. That means you can kiss her on the cheek, she gonna be pregnant. You can kiss her on the cheek, and she gonna be prison. She lives in Texas. No run, fellas. For real. Seriously. You guys are funny tonight, man. Remember, she's leaving for no reason. She's a runner. She's a track star. Seriously.
I moved to Vietnam, mind you, without visiting first. So this was like officially my second stamp on my passport. Korea was my first stamp on my passport because I had a layover over there. The plane wasn't ready. The connecting flight did not take me to Vietnam. They had issues. So they let me stay in Korea overnight. So the video that made me really move to Vietnam was a video of the beach in Dun Nang, Vietnam. Mind you, I'm born and raised in Miami, Florida. So it kind of put me in the mind of back home in Miami, Florida. And at the time, I was living in Houston, Texas. So I was like, oh my God, I miss the beaches in Miami. I took it for granted. I hardly ever went to the beach when I lived in Miami. And then to see Da Nang, Vietnam look so similar to the beaches in Miami, I'm like, oh yeah, moving to Vietnam. And long story short, I'm living in Vietnam now. I've been here like a month and a half, or less than a half, and I love it. Now, my personality allowed me to move to Vietnam without visiting first. As a single Black woman, I moved across the world without visiting a place first. But that's my personality, though. Like, everybody can't do that, I know. But I was a truck driver. Like, who's driving 18-wheelers? Not me. Yeah, I did that. When I was in my early 20s, I went and bought a motorcycle because I was bored. I didn't even know how to ride the motorcycle. I had to call my brother to
pause. We're talking about an earthy sister, biracial, truck driver. I'm talking about dudes slamming that coochie on the road. Dudes were slamming that coochie on the road. She took that coochie on tour to Vietnam and Korea. 5 kids. Man, listen. She telling on herself. Yeah, that lonely dork. He said, yeah, she's absolutely touched. Bless her heart. And that's one of those people. You worded it, Nazarene, just right. Bless her heart. One of them people that you could tell there's something just wrong with them. Bless her heart. Yeah, she took that coochie on tour like Beyonce. She took it on tour as if she was Beyonce. 5 kids, not married. She said all the kids are grown. At 54, she said all her kids are grown. All you truck drivers, it's a lot more out there just like her. Yes, sir. Yep, a lot, lizard. Turned truck driver. She said, why we in the back of the truck? Could you show me how to drive it? For real. She's, bruh, El Patron. She comes across just like a Biker World chick. Dude, in Bike World, there are thousands of women like her. Over 35, they got a motorcycle, they got their little bike clubs, they got their jackets for their bike club, and they come to bike events, and we run through them. And some of them be our wives, they be our girlfriends. And dude, Bike World, oh my God, Bike World is notorious in the States. If you ever got a girlfriend, do not date a woman that rides a bike in the States. Don't think, and dude, even if she your woman, yeah, me and my wife, we ride together. Somebody gonna fuck your wife. No, we only ride with each other. If she got girlfriends that she ride with, and I don't care if it's in your city, somebody gonna smash your wife in the Bike World. That I know. Never play games when it comes to your woman in Bike World. And any of us that's been in the Bike World or know about the Bike World, we know. And you gonna say, no, not my wife. Brother, I'm telling you, your wife and your girlfriend and your side chick will get smashed by Bike World dudes. Women worship Bike World dudes. All you dudes do. I'm telling y'all, I'm giving y'all a public service announcement. Do not play when it comes to Bike World and you want a serious relationship. Don't date a Bike World woman seriously. If your woman got a motorcycle and she loves bikes, and it seems like this female, she says she built this and repaired that, and she's a truck driver. I could see her in Bike World all day long, and I don't care who she married to. I don't care if she married to another biker. she gonna get knocked by a different biker. That's one thing that dude, I never dated anybody in bike world. Never, not one female when I was riding could tell you I was Andre's property of Andre. In the bike world, a female is property of. She'll have it on the back of her vest. Property of. Dude, I never had a chick that was property of. Oh, but I was smashing. She was your property back home, but she was my property in bike world. I kid you not, bro. This is my Andre serious face. If your woman got a bike and she in bike world, and if she's in a club with any group of women, I'm going to ride with my girlfriends today. Okay, baby, I love you. Go ride with your girl because you don't feel like riding on that day. So she met a couple of girls in the community that ride throughout, Chicago. Bruh, it's a dude in Chicago fucking the dog shit out of your girl in bike world. He will never tell. He'll never interrupt your we used to say bike world, real world. In the real world, you will never see her bike world husband. Come on, all you biker. Okay, all you bike world dudes, am I lying? Real world, like regular life, she's a school teacher, she's a nurse, she's a physician, she's a business owner, she's a mom. In the real world, she's faithful as can be. She goes to church. She does the church announcement. She's in the synagogue, in the mosque. She is innocent as can be. She is the sweetest bear meat in real world. Am I lying? You will never see her cheat on you in real world. She is cooking every day. She is sexing you down with the nastiest, freakiest stuff with her butthole that you have ever experienced in the real world. All you dudes that ride, tell me I'm lying. But when she get her ass to the bike world, you think your woman is nasty in the real world. When she get her ass in the bike world, it's a dude that got her bent over a motorcycle while riding down the street on a motorcycle. Your woman is getting her eating. He will glance down. He'll see the traffic, eat that coochie, lift back up, got your woman's legs right here. She backwards, legs up. He riding down the street, doing 50, 60 with your woman legs. She holding the back of his head. Her legs are spread up. Dude, tell me I'm lying. All you dudes in bike world, tell me I'm lying. You think your woman is the only nasty in real world? You think that your woman is the only nasty person that you have ever been with and she's ever been with. And that's true. In real world. I'm sorry. In real world. Once she's a woman in real world. In real world. In bike world, she's a heifer. Cause that heifer done some stuff. I'm talking, you think you nutting on her face was freaky. Gotcha. Bike world, 6 dudes that been to the gym for the last 14 years, big buff motherfuckers, nothing on your woman face. She got to teach school on Monday. She's a kindergarten teacher on Monday. But on Saturday night or Friday night for meetup or Saturday for the main event or right before Sunday when we do the charity ride. Come on, y'all know I know what I'm talking about. When we do the charity ride to raise money, somebody may have laid their bike down. We want to give to the family, or we want to give to the Children's Cancer Foundation or whatever in that particular city. So we do a early morning, before everybody go back home, we do an early morning ride. Come on now. So y'all see all the bikers, they laughing. All the dudes you see with the happy face, they laughing. Cause they done been with y'all real world wives that like motorcycles, like in repair stuff, like this chick here, in real life, and got a hold of your woman. But dude, I done seen women that they love y'all. I'm gonna tell you this for real before we go to the next, before we go back to finish up this video. Your real world woman love you. She cheating on me, bro. Come back, focus, bro. Your real world woman, she loves them kids. She loves the house that y'all purchased together. She loves when y'all go together riding y'all motorcycles throughout the city together. She loves hanging out in church. She sings in the choir. She loves the life that y'all have. But bruh, when she get her ass in bike world, she is single. She been smashed, especially if she been in bike world like 4, 5, 6 years, 7 years. She got a bike club with the patches on the back. The patches to all the events that she been to, all the bike clubs that she been to. She got patches everywhere, all over her vest. She done been to because you know at the bike events, you buy a vest of the event that you going to. She got patches from every bike club there is all around her. Your woman have been at, bruh. She might love you, but she love too. I'm gonna say that again. If you know, you know. She might love you, but she loves too. Some of y'all need to go in the garage right now and just roll her bike right next to the trash can. Put a sign to that on that motherfucker. It's on the sign that say free. Free. And if you think that your woman, because you ride this is a part, because you ride a bike, that your woman ain't getting smashed by another motherfucker that ride a bike, bruh, there is a reason why. There are 2 worlds that I've been in that I never brought somebody that I was serious about. When I was in the swinger world and when I was in the bike world. And I'm going to tell you something. The bike world and the swinger world are equal. Don't you ever think swingers are worse than bikers. Don't you ever think bikers ain't as freaky and wild as swingers. Bruh. Y'all just don't know the debauchery on the bike. The debauchery. And don't let it be like she got a bike dude because she got her real world husband. Don't let it be. Dudes that are bikers, tell me I'm lying. She can have a real world husband and a bike world husband that everybody know she's property of. She belongs to so-and-so and so-and-so bike club. So even if she show up by herself to a bike event, but she property of so-and-so, man. She property of Killer Mike, man, in so-and-so club, man. You know, oh man, that's Killer Mike, girl. Yeah, man, that's Killer Mike. Oh, got you, man. That's my dude, man. So everybody know, don't mess with Killer Mike, girl. They've been smashing for 4 years. That's her bike world husband. Y'all ass been married in the real world for 10 motherfucking years. For 4 of the motherfuckers, Killer Mike wife. Okay. Put in the comment section that I'm lying. All you motherfuckers that ride bikes, tell me I'm lying. Andre don't know what he's talking about. He said that's real world husband needs to leave her to the bikers and throw away the bike in the streets. All you real world, I mean, all you bike world dudes, put in the comment section if I'm lying, or put it in the comment section. Dre telling it, that's facts. If I'm telling the truth, put facts in the comment section. I'll wait. If I'm lying, put lie in the comment section. All you bikers, if I'm lying, put lie in the comment section. If I'm telling the truth, put facts in the comment section. Y'all, bruh, I'm seeing a lot of facts. I'm seeing a lot of facts popping up. He said, this is why they keep them right. Shout out to all you riders out there. Shout out to all you riders out there. Not lying. Shout out to every one of you riders out there, man. You got the real Dre speaking universal truth. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all. Do not think when I sit back and say I was in the swinger world, oh man, they nasty in the swinger world. That bike world, that motherfucking bike world, dude, I got so many stories from the bike world. Y'all think y'all hear my stories from real world. The real dastardly stories I got are from the bike world. Man, bike world. Women just do not give a care. Oh, hey, bikers. And don't let it be a pedestrian. Don't let it be a fine pedestrian showing up to bike world events. For all you guys that don't know, a pedestrian is a woman that she don't ride, but she hang out with bike chicks. So she like being around riders, but she ain't never rode a bike in her life. She's a pedestrian. Or riders, don't let it be a probie. Don't let it be a fine probie. She got that P on the back of her jet, on the back of her vest. She on probation. She brand new. Come on, guys. See, you guys I can see you bikers drooling right now. Like, oh, probie? Damn. Did Dre say probie? Did he say a probie? I can see y'all drooling now. When the bike clubs come in, you see them chicks roll up, you see that big ass P, cause she ain't earned the patch yet. Her club's patch. She on probation. She a probie, and she got that big ass P on her back. I'm about to beat the hell out of Gucci. She brand new. She ain't property of. Don't nobody own her yet. Oh, she in trouble. Yeah. And hey, the funny part is that'd be a lot of y'all wives and girlfriends in the real world. Real world, she just pull off at the. I see you Monday, baby. I love you, baby. You think you about to go cheat on your wife because she done went to a bike event in Indianapolis, right? So she gone for the weekend. You about to go fuck everybody that you want to fuck because you a rider too, right? So you going this way, she going that way, right? Man, your wife about to get beat down. If she own a hole on her body, that hole will be invaded all weekend. Nostrils, eye sockets, ears, coochie, booty, between her elbows, between the back of her knees, between all of her toes. Anything that reminds us of a hole is going to be invaded that weekend. While you think that you can go off cheating, you just don't know what your woman been doing. Thank you very much, brethren. Facts. I'm getting more facts. More facts. Thank you very much, bro. I know I ain't. Thank you. You know what? You brothers make me feel good. You make me feel good because I know I ain't the only one that knows what's going on. They gonna quit acting like, it happens in the Midwest, but it don't happen in Florida, or it don't happen in the eastern part, or it don't happen in Atlanta, not Atlanta, or it doesn't happen in California. Thank you guys for letting me know I'm not the only. I ain't crazy. The only person that's sitting up there in shock right now, all you dudes that's married to or have dated a woman that ride a motorcycle. You in shock right now. Us dudes that ride bikes, we ain't in shock. We ain't in shock. I kid you not. This is par for the course for us. This is everyday life. This is everyday life, man. I told y'all the story about my boy, man. This dude, man, his real world wife came to the bike club. We were playing poker and we were having a meeting, right? Just sitting around, just BSing around, drinking some beers. It came to our bike club. You know, we had a warehouse that we had rented to keep our bikes and hang out, and just a hangout spot, right? And this nigga wife showed up. Real world wife showed up. In the moment that the real world wife showed up, how come his bike world wife showed up? She drove 3 hours from another city, surprising him. The real world wife showed up to surprise him. And it's just how the universe worked. And they both showed up. Real world wife was like 5'1". She ain't about to fight the bike world wife. She goes straight to the trunk. And for you guys that know, you know, she popped that trunk, and the rifle that she pulled out was bigger than her. We on the inside, mind you, it's about 9 of us we don't even know this is going on outside. All of a sudden, one of our partners come and say, hey fellas, y'all need to come outside. How come so-and-so for Bike World to rode her ass down here, and my man real world wife then showed up? Like, what? Man, we go outside. Real world wife about to blow his head off and blow her head off and dump the bodies in the trunk. Fortunately, our bike club president, true story, went to school with her in high school. So they was real cool. And so he talked the real world wife down, because the rest of us knew to shut the hell up because we ain't had nothing to do with it. And we didn't want her to turn that rifle on none of us just to be practicing. Man, because we had real world wives to go back home to, for real, right? And so we're standing out in front of our bike club, and it was in the afternoon. It wasn't even in the evening. And so my man Doc, he and that's the name of our bike club president. Doc kind of like talked her down, calmed her down, and she kind of like, you know, eventually she started crying. Why? How come he did this to me? I can't believe this. I know he'd been cheating, but to have her here, that's what hurt her. It wasn't the cheating part. It was the fact that he had the woman that he was cheating with in her face. She knew, I can't compete with bike world girls or women. She's like, I can't compete with them. They nasty, they freaky, they do stuff and allow y'all to do stuff that I can't even imagine. She said, so I kept my blinders on, and whatever he does when he's out of town, as long as she said, what got me was for this bitch to come to my city to see my real world husband. That's a violation. He's your husband in bike world, bitch. Don't come to my city and act like you his real wife. She said, and that's what hurts me. Dude, literally, after that day, never saw him again. His wife made him quit his job, pack shit up with him and the kids. Last I heard, his ass was living in Lexington, Kentucky with a new job, new house. His ass was never allowed to ride a bike again. True story. True motherfucking story. Merry Christmas, brother. Merry Christmas. Shout out to IMFF. Yep. That's the last time I heard about his ass. I mean, when I was talking about never saw him again, I know they didn't move overnight, but I mean, I'm talking about never saw this brother, never heard about him, Never heard from him. It was like a year and a half later. What happened to so and so? Hey man, she made his ass quit his job, take her and the kids and move. I don't know if they had relatives in Kentucky. I don't know, but she made that motherfucker move to farmland. She made that nigga move to where they own farms. You know how your ass got to be in so much trouble with your woman that she make your ass move to farmland. She ain't make your ass move to another city. She made your ass move to farmland. I'm like, damn. She took your ass from being urban to rural. You want to keep these kids? You want to keep this pussy? We moving to some goddamn farm. Anytime your woman make you move from the streets to soil, your ass living with red soil now. You in Kentucky with the red soil. Shit. Bullshit you not, man. True story. Y'all know, man, I got stories upon stories, dog. For real. He joined the horse club. Hell yeah, down there in Lexington. Shit, you see that nigga at the Derby, at the Kentucky Derby. That's where you see your boy. He ain't riding no more motorcycles. That nigga riding Kentucky Derby. Seriously, he working at dairy now. For real, man. She had that motherfucker rifle to that nigga chin. I was like, God damn. Because I'm thinking like, man, I done walked out here to some shit. She gonna shoot him, shoot her, and then execute all witnesses. And I'm sitting here witnessing some shit. You know, some shit you ain't supposed to witness. I done walked my ass out there to witness some shit. So I'm thinking like, she gonna shoot that nigga, shoot that bitch, shoot all witnesses, or shoot her goddamn self. I'm like, I'm at the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah, Kentucky home with a fried chicken. That's where his ass was at, man. True story. True story. So when I say real world, bike world, is two different worlds, it is, man. And the reason why I brought that up, because chicks like this right here are bike world chicks. That's why they end up with a bunch of kids and shit, and they end up divorced and shit. This chick is a prime example of she remind me of probies that's on probation. She remind me of pedestrian chicks that hang out with bike world, but they don't ride a bike. And she remind me of property of, meaning those chicks that got a bike world boyfriend / husband in the bike world. She his property. That's who she remind me of. And all you dudes that ride bikes, you like, damn, she do remind me of a probie or property of or pedestrian. If you think men love bike world, shit, women love bike world more than men do. My man Black said, he said, check your super chats. Okay, let me go back. Let me make sure I check the super chats. He said, if a woman tells me that she has 5 kids, I'm out of here. Bye, Felicia. Okay, what if all 5 kids are grown? That's a good question. Would you guys be serious about a woman that has 5 kids, but they're all adults, they're moved out, and you got to admit, she looks good for her age. Would you be with a woman that has 5 kids and the kids have moved out? Let me know. Put in the comment section, yes or no. You see, you got to know how to say no to pretty. That is so true. Black says this. He said, I'm in Thailand. He said, I'm all in. Enjoying the beach life. Seriously. He says this also. He said, I'm a trucker and a biker. He said, but I'll have fun though. Oh man, you know both worlds. You know both worlds. Growth says this. Shout out to Kofa. Kofa says, he said, Dre, did you even see the clip of the sister talking about how so many women are responsible for the infighting and violence with brothers? I can believe that. I can definitely believe that. So she was speaking on bike club women. Wow. No, I haven't seen that, bro. You gotta, hey, do me a favor, Kofa. Send me that on WhatsApp, man, or send it to me in an email. I definitely want to check that out. Let me scroll down a little further. Make sure I got everybody. Black said, he said, check your chat, Dre. Okay, I'm gonna check the chat in a minute. He said, I got so much pussy. Shout out to Black by Design. He said, I got so much pussy just because I had a bruh. I was about to hit the horns, right? The horns aren't even working. Bruh. See, we kind of take, it's kind of funny. We take riding a bike for granted in the States because you get some pussy, you ride a bike. And then you come to these other countries and you see grandmothers that are like 66 years old and they riding a motorcycle like it's nothing. And so you realize like majority of the world, bikes and cars ride together. But in the States, it's the opposite. You see a bike here, a bike there compared to other countries. Canada is like that. UK is like that. You periodically see a bike compared to cars. But yeah, man, females see a dude with a bike, man, you gonna fuck. You gonna smash, man, in the States, man, if you ride a bike. That's just par for the course. That's just par for the course. There's a lot of dudes going through divorce proceedings right now because of that dang bike. Don't be looking at me like I'm lying. There's a lot of dudes that we know in the States got a bike and started getting pussy galore, and now he in the middle of a divorce because he got that damn bike. Because he got that damn Indian, that Harley, that Honda V6 1100. That's why I used to ride. V6 1100. The crotch rockets. Come on now. That's serious. Let's see if I Zeta says, shout out to Zeta in the building. Zeta says, she said, back when I was active in the car and biking clubs, he said dudes threw hands because these dudes. I didn't even want to talk about that. I thought about it, but since you guys brought it up, he said, back when I was in the bike and car clubs, dudes threw hands because these biker girls and guys found out his girl was hugged up with some biker dude, left her that night after trying to delete both. Bruh, you are not lying. In the bike world, I done seen damn near riots break out because a dude find out another chick, his chick has been getting sexed down by another dude in another bike club. And don't let it be your bike club got 10 people, but the dude that's her side dude got 25 dudes. So what you gonna do? Because your bike club got your back. Hey man, this nigga fucking my bitch. So you got other 9 dudes behind you. That nigga got another 24. he got another 24. You got a wife back home. So now you got to make business decisions like you Deion Sanders when it comes to tackling. Do I get into a fight with these 25 motherfuckers over that bitch? And I know I got to go home to my real world wife. And I go back home with a broken arm, a black eye, and a busted lip. And my real world wife gonna ask, what happened? You can't tell her you got into a fight over a biker bitch. But then you don't want to look like you and your boys don't want to look like a punk from now on because of these 25 motherfuckers. So now y'all got and I'm talking about grown ass men in the bike world that be in real life, they're accountants, doctors, school teachers, pharmacists, construction workers, auto workers, truck drivers. Most of us in the bike world just are regular dudes. So now you got to get in a fight. Motherfucker stepped on your foot, twisted your ankle and shit. You can't make it to work on Monday because your ankle all twisted and fucked up because you got in a fight with 25 motherfuckers over this raggedy bitch. He is not lying. I'm seeing too many fights break out over a bike world bitch. He ain't lying about that one. She cheating. She not only cheating on her husband back home, okay. She cheating on a bike husband that's in the bike world. And now he find out and he about to tear some shit up. Man, you ain't lying. That one, you are not lying, bro. You are not lying. Motherfuckers be ready to delete each other, man, over a bike bitch. I mean, shout out to Farty being in the building. Merry Christmas, brother. He said, off topic. He said, but just a reminder to make sure that you keep your electrolytes or electronic life as clean as possible. We talked about that, especially with Medellin. He said, including your special groups and money apps. That's important. Good call. Be careful who you deal with online as well. You may be clean, but they might not be clean, the person who you're dealing with. That's so true. Because sometimes if you come to Colombia, you may have a person in your phone that's a regular pay for play, not realizing they've been looking for that particular pay for play for drugging another dude. She never drugged you, but she drugged another dude, and they looking for her, and all of a sudden she's in your phone. That's true. That's a good call, Farty. Black by Design said, he said, I would throw my hands up. You want, bro? She ain't mine. Right. She got a real husband. She going back to it anyway. This is the part that used to get me about bike world. How are y'all both fighting over a woman? You got 25 to 30 dudes fighting, helping you out. Y'all fighting about a woman that's going to go home to her real husband. Her real husband. That one I didn't understand. I'm with you on that one, brother. You can have her ass. She's yours. I never understood that one, man. He said Austin Holloman had to learn that lesson with, for real. You can't hang out with everybody. That's a good call. He said, I thought that happened only in the movies. Nope. Nope. He said Flyboy was stopped. Flyboy way stop protecting pay for play chicks. I wouldn't know. I don't know if you were asking that in the question form, Dave. I wouldn't know. So no comment. No comment. I wouldn't know. I want to make a comment on the brother that I wouldn't know. Fighting over a turn. Good way of putting it. Shout out to you. Excellent way of putting it. Fighting for your turn. It's your turn. That's all it is. You fighting about it. Zeta says this. Shout out to Zeta. Zeta says, he said, that's why I never got with bike girls. Many asked, did I have a girlfriend? I told them yes. My bike is my girl. He said, laugh. He said, and I saw the chaos getting involved. Bro, I kid you not. I have only been with, in all my years of being in the bike world, female bikers. True story. I've been with one bike chick. And she wasn't in it, and there was so many dudes that wanted her. I mean, she was gorgeous. A lot of dudes wanted her. And I guess because I was kind of like nonchalant and I didn't really approach her like that. And they were her club was having a fundraiser for the kids in her community. And I, gave a few dollars and just kind of like went about my way. I wasn't on her like, yeah, you fine, Dad. I never gave her that kind of like look. She gave you the pussy that night. I was more pedestrian. I loved me. I ain't gonna even lie. I love me some pedestrians. The women that will hang out in bike clubs but never rode bikes, man, please give me a pedestrian all day long. Because a lot of them will only go to bike events, like it will be their first bike event, or maybe their second or third, or maybe it may be their sister that rides bike, her real life sister. And so you say, I'm gonna come. So pedestrians, man, I used to love smash pedestrians. But female bikers, I was like you, it's too much headaches because I didn't know who was sleeping with who, was sleeping with who. Like you get there Friday night and you get to the meet and greet, and I used to just be cool with everybody. Because I was one, you know how social I am now. I was social in the States. And so I was cool with everybody. So I never wanted to come across like I had a property of, or I want to take somebody else's property of. So that's what kept me cool with all the bike clubs. Man, But a lot of dudes, they've been trying to smash other dudes' chicks for the longest, and that wasn't me. So I only just deal with pedestrian chicks. I only deal with pedestrian chicks. The chicks that will hang out in the bike world, but that never rode a bike. Salute Dre and everyone in the chat. Salute to you, AMSM, and happy birthday. I mean, Merry Christmas. My bad, brother. That means it's time for me to go back to the video. And we are just at the beginning of the video. Let's get started, brothers. This is just the beginning of the part of women that are alone for Christmas in Asia.
Tell him, hey, bro, yeah, I just bought a motorcycle. Can you come? Searching Thailand. And then
we're going to bring this back all the way to the beginning with her, since we're just at the beginning of the video anyway. She's 54, looking good for 54.
Videos of Thailand versus Vietnam, Vietnam versus Thailand. So I went down the rabbit hole of Vietnam some more. That was in April. So on July 28th, I moved to Vietnam. Mind you, without visiting first. So this was like officially my second stamp on my passport. Korea was my first stamp on my passport because I had a layover over there. The plane wasn't ready. The connecting flight did not take me to Vietnam. They had issues, so they let me stay in Korea overnight. So the video that made me really move to Vietnam was a video of the beach in Da Nang, Vietnam. Mind you, I'm born and raised in Miami, Florida, so it kind of put me in the mind of back home in Miami, Florida, and at the time I was living in Houston, Texas. So I was like, oh my God, I miss the beaches in Miami. I, took it for granted. I hardly ever went to the beach when I lived in Miami, and then to see Da Nang, Vietnam look so similar to the beaches in Miami, I'm like, oh yeah, moving to Vietnam. And long story short, I'm living in Vietnam now. I've been here like a month and a half, or less than a half, and I love it. Now, my personality allowed me to move to Vietnam without visiting first. As a single Black woman, I moved across the world without visiting a place first. But that's my personality, though. Like, everybody can't do that, I know. But I was a truck driver. Like, who's driving 18-wheelers? Not me. Yeah, I did. I did that. When I was in my early 20s, I went and bought a motorcycle because I was bored. I didn't even know how to ride the motorcycle. I had to call my brother to tell him, hey, bro, yeah, I just bought a motorcycle. Can you come ride it home for me? Because I don't know how to ride it. And can you teach me how to ride it when we get there? I also bought a school bus in like 2016, 2017. And I gutted it with my own two hands and a little bit of help. And then I went and bought all these tools from Lowe's and Home Depot, and I started turning it into an RV. I started converting it into an RV with my own two hands. That ended up being a money pit, so I just sold it unfinished, but it was fun as hell for me to do that. I also said I would never get married and never have kids. I never wanted kids. That was just my personality. Child, I ended up getting married twice and having 5 kids. Okay. Okay, girl, life be lifing. So apparently I'm a little adventurous and I kind of go with the flow of life. And at this point, life has flowed me to Vietnam. I'm 54 and all my children are grown, and I wasn't dating for like a year and a half while I was living in Houston, and I had nothing holding me back. And I was like, girl, TikTok is telling you to go to Vietnam. Let's go. And here I am. That's my story.
Bells will be ringing.
Nobody talks to me. Nobody talks about moving abroad in your 20s and having to spend Christmas alone with no family.
Sad news. Oh, what a Christmas to have the blues.
Merry Christmas to anyone whose Christmas feels a bit different this year. I think sometimes we use the holidays as a checkpoint. Each time they come around, we see all the things that have changed in the last year. We're flooded with the feeling of familiarity that comes with Christmas lights and pine-scented candles, but we're also met with the incredible awareness that everything has changed since the last time we decorated a Christmas tree. Maybe you've seen some heartbreak this year. Maybe you've experienced some loss. Maybe you've done some healing, and maybe you're still working on it. But no matter what, you've grown, and I'm so proud of you for all you've made it through this year. Whether Christmas feels heavy or light, even if your heart is caught between familiarity and change, Merry Christmas, even if Christmas isn't quite the same.
Me getting lonely and depressed in Christmas because I decided to move abroad.
aleki kitoko na 18%. Eske maboko na itende tangisa isala soso na nikijiki.
You set me free.
Celebrating Christmas alone in a foreign country. I told y'all, these passport sisters, man, when it comes to the holidays, they ain't feeling good about it.
I'm celebrating Christmas alone. Don't think that I'm lonely. I'm just alone. It will be my first time when I'm celebrating Christmas. So I'm going to show you what I'm preparing. I've never celebrated this celebration because in my country we don't do this. We celebrate New Year. Guess from which country I am. So what is my menu? I'm alone in this fucking house, so I don't need to share food with anyone. So I'm just preparing my favorite pizza and my favorite pie. The pie is very special. In the next video, I'm going to explain to you why this pie is so special. Also, I bought these beautiful houses. Here's my pizza and I'm waiting for Owen. I decided to celebrate it just because all my friends are in their countries and they're celebrating it with their family right now. And I'm not a loser, you know. I want to celebrate too.
This is a woman that went to Korea to find a man to fall in love with, just to be disappointed they don't all look like K-pop. And we're going to look at tonight why they don't all look like K-pop. Shout out to Farty once again with the $10 love. Farty said, he said, reset. I hope I said that correctly. He said, oh, rest assured. I got it. Rest assured that every, excuse me, gentlemen, that every number in every transaction and every picture on any of Floyd's devices are being examined. He's just letting us know, for example, that we need to be careful with our photos are being examined closely, and this won't be limited to Brazil. Absolutely correct. Many agencies will be all over this, and I believe including Colombia and other countries as well. So yes, we do have to be careful out there. Good point, Farty. Thank you very much, brother. This female actually thought she was going to another passport sis, thinking she coming to coming to Korea, thinking she about to get a K-pop star. And we're going to see tonight why these women are so disappointed when they get to Korea.
So I know I'm late on this.
Shout out to the LGBTQ brother. This dude is Korean and black and LGBTQ. Gonna put that one together. And he's about to just tell us the facts about these women from around the West coming to Korea trying to marry K-pop looking dudes. And when they find out the truth, yeah. And this is why they're lonely for Christmas.
Topic, but I had to bring this back around because if you don't know, I now currently live in South Korea. Yeah, you know, life just keeps working out better for me. I know. But anyway, but the one thing I've noticed, like coming to Korea and seeing like the content that gets pushed here and what I see, it's like a lot of desperate ass females around the world like move to Korea is actually scary as fuck.
Okay, I'm gonna be real. Sometimes Korea can be very lonely. I'm gonna be honest. I think that's why a lot of people don't want to live here long term, because honestly, if you don't have a partner, it gets super lonely if you don't have long term friends who stay here and you don't have a partner. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Korea is that type of place that you have to get comfortable being alone. Even if you live in a big space, everybody has friends everywhere. They're not always going to be your ride or die hooked in one-on-one. You know what I mean? I mean, that's adulthood. It's not like we have time to spend all the time together like we did when we were in high school and middle school. Now that we exist in a place where our language is not the most popular, it definitely does put things into perspective. And some people aren't ready for that. Like, there will be days where, like, your Korean co-teachers will not be friendly. Or, like, there will be days when other people in your area will not be friendly. When you're existing in a country that's not your own, you tend to get a little bit more sensitive about those types of things. When someone constantly rejects you or they're slightly mean to you, it takes a toll. Like, people are coming and going every fall and every spring. You have to get comfortable with, like, oh, I love this person. I got really close to this person, but they're going home. And I love that for them. This works out for them. And that, you just have to get to that peaceful point. Like, it's a beautiful thing when you get to that point, but it does get very draining and lonely. I've already talked about how some of the other foreigners kind of start resulting to alcoholism and other things like that to cope with the loneliness they're feeling inside, which is, like, totally valid, especially during the winter time where we get 2 months of desk warming or whatever you want to call it to prep for the next semester. And it can get very lonely when you're in the office talking to yourself all the time. And if you're coming home to yourself, it does take a toll on you as a human individual, because it's basically like isolation. You're forced to still go to work. You're forced to do all this stuff, but the reward is not there. And yeah, you can watch dramas as any other, but it doesn't help the fact that you're a human being who wants human interaction. And usually at work, that's the only place most people, depending on where they are, hear English. Not everybody here is like conversational English that people generally care and want to talk to you. Besides, like, hi, how are you? Can I take your order? Like, things like that. So I just want to put that into perspective, because I feel like a lot of people aren't recognizing how lonely Korea can be. And I'm saying this as somebody who is in a committed relationship with a Korean person and who will stay here long term. Even it gives me anxiety trying to have long term friends, because the stability.
Fawdy, I agree with this. Some would take this statement for granted, but I don't. If you're celebrating Christmas alone in a foreign country and you're depressed, that's your own damn fault. You hook up with your friends and celebrate. I kid you not, he is 100% correct. It is our fault. And I'll put it like in the sense of our. Any of us, this goes for any of us, gentlemen, ladies. There are too many Facebook groups that you can click up with before any of the holidays. There are too many, if it's Thanksgiving, there are so many in all these countries. I don't care what country you're going to. So many Facebook groups of, let's say you're in Europe, okay, black man, because I hear what y'all saying, but I'm in Germany. Do you know how many groups on Facebook that have foreigners that you can hook up with and link up with? Or the black community in Germany would love to have your black ass celebrating a holiday with them. But you ain't linking up with black in Germany. or the German this or the German that. You don't know a lick of German, but them sisters would love to just entertain you in Germany if you want to do the black thing, just being around people that you can relate to. Scotland, full of black folks that would love to link up with you. And you can find them on Facebook, you can find them on Instagram, you can find them on TikTok. Asia, full of English speakers and people that are just as nerdy about books as you are. If you just a dude that love books, or you like bowling, or you like golf, there are people in Asia that love bowling, books, and golf just like you do. Or you like, man, I like my crypto. Dude, why do y'all think crypto is only American? Do you know how many people that's into crypto around the world that just geek out on crypto like you do? 40 is 1000% correct. If you are spending the holidays by your damn self, that is your fault. That is your fault. I kid you not. Me and Andrea, we get connected to so many groups. True story. We get connected to so many groups. And no matter what country we go to, I don't care if it's France, I don't care if it's Curacao Island off the coast of Venezuela, right? In Aruba. We're so used to getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning and just spending the whole day doing adventures. By the time the night comes to where we can hang out with the groups, me and Andrea, we just so exhausted. We going back to the Airbnb or the hotel and spending the night together. But I kid you not. Before I met Andrea, and of course after, but before I met Andrea, I never had a holiday where I was by myself. There are too many groups in Colombia, in Brazil, in Panama of people from your country that you do not have to be alone. If your ass is a loner, I understand that, because there's a difference between being a loner, because I'm a loner. Andre is a loner. We're homebodies by nature. Some of you guys are too. But if you lonely, that's your fault. There is no fucking way you need to be another country lonely. There are too many of us in Cebu, Philippines. Too many of us in Phuket, Thailand. Too many of us in Japan, Hong Kong, China. There are too many of us in Indonesia and Bali. There are too many of us in Korea or Malaysia. There are too many of us in South Africa, Nigeria, in Ghana, Kenya. It's too many for you to be spending the holidays alone. When all you got to do is go to Facebook and go to a Facebook group and introduce yourself to the group. I'm probably in easy, just on the low end, 40 WhatsApp groups, right? Just on the low end. I'm talking about groups, just groups. White groups, just predominantly white people. I'm in about good 16 groups, just white folks. Just white boys from around the world. If the brothers ain't doing something, the others might be doing something. I'm not one of them brothers that just, I want to hang out with black folks. It may be some white boys from France. They know where a spot is. It might be some white girls from so-and-so. They're artists. I'm an artist. They like to do paintings. You brothers don't like to do paintings. I like to do paintings. So I'm going to hang with the white girls say they're hanging out. Okay, I'm going to meet up with the white girls and we going to do paintings. And I'm not talking about paint and sip. I'm talking about real artists. and they're all from Italy. And so the brothers and the white boys, we hang out with the white women, and we all doing paintings and landscape work. And we all meet up in a park, and we're gonna do a painting of that particular area of Cali, Colombia. You think I got all black groups in my phone? Hell no, because black people ain't doing everything that I like to do. Most of the black people that's coming down, you know, you just traveling for the weekend. You ain't into Comic-Con like I'm into. But I'm finding if I hang out with the white folks, I got white, black, Latin, Asian, and everybody else that's into Comic-Con in Colombia. So we all gonna hang out in Comic-Con in Bogota. Why? Diversity. I have no excuse taking my ass to Comic-Con by myself when all these people saying we into Comic-Con too, and we don't want to be by ourselves either. So it is with the holidays. So if these women are by themselves for the holidays, I'm gonna tell you something just like Farty said. He 100% correct. Your ass is by yourself because of you, not because of nobody else. It's too much social media connection right now for you not to know somebody that does things that you like to do. If you like going to museums, or if you're a Navy dude, you trying to learn more about Navy stuff around the world, or you're a military just in general, and you trying to learn stuff about military in other countries, it's people in other countries that think the same way that you do. Whatever you like to do, there's somebody in another country that's trying to do the same dang thing. So you have no excuse. No excuse. And he right. That one I can attest to. That one I can attest to. AMS said, shout out to the Virginia boys. He said, I'm in Richmond, Virginia with family for Christmas. He said, I was doing some online shopping last night. He said, I came across big 24 old Dominican, and he said, came across a big 24-year-old Dominican Filipino or Filipina. He said, didn't want to do no 200 for that. He said, man, Dre, fellas, I went to sleep. He went to sleep. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you be like, man, I'm going to bed, man. Let me take my ass to bed. I ain't trying to be involved in this. IMF says this. He said, feminists would need $200 trillion in 20 years of propaganda to convince men outside of the states to become betas. This is so true. That's a good way of putting it, brother. He said, he said, I'm in Phuket. He said, I'm running with the Russians. If you like to jog, he said, they know how to park. I know. And we be so caught on the racial part that we be like, do these dudes really like, come on, let's be real, fellas. Let's be real. We be looking like, do these white boys really like hang around with me? Or it's just like in Texas, they hang around you, get you drunk, and they want to hang you. Don't act like I'm the only one that's been around a bunch of foreign white dudes and I be looking at them with the side eye. Are we really cool, or are y'all like pretending cool? And then you find out that y'all really cool like that. And they live in the city like you live in the city. And they hang out like you hang out. I kid y'all not, dude. I've been in these white people groups longer than I've been in the black groups. When I first came down here, it was nerdy stuff that I like to do that black people didn't have any WhatsApp groups for. If I wanted to go bowling, black people didn't have no bowling WhatsApp groups. If I wanted to go to the museums and the zoos, black people ain't had no WhatsApp groups for museums and the zoos. If I want to do some artwork or some, like I said, I'm an artist, I do oil paintings. Black dudes ain't had no stuff for oil paintings, For all you dudes that like I know a couple of guys that are Navy guys that do deep sea diving, military guys that do deep sea diving. Ain't no WhatsApp group for black men that do deep sea diving in Colombia. Right? So who do you find? White boys that like to deep sea dive, mountain climb. When I go to the snow-capped mountains next year, when I go to the top of the snow-capped mountains here in Colombia, just in case you guys wonder if it snows, yes, it does snow in Colombia, snow-capped mountains, right? Ain't gonna be no brothers. I don't expect no brothers to be there. Ain't gonna be no group of 9 of us. No, it's gonna be me, probably one other brother, an Asian dude, and like 9 white dudes. I already know that. Now, if I would do a group talk about buying some coochie, I can find 50 groups with brothers. But since I live here and I'm not buying coochie and the stuff that I'm interested in, I gotta go where I could go. And if the white boys know where to get it, I'm hanging out with the white boys. Until you brothers put together some groups for us artists, for us dudes that like museums, for us dudes that might be in solid relationships, for us dudes that's just we're expats and not just the passport bro brothers, but we actually live in these countries. Until we start putting together some groups like that. Now down here, I can say there are a lot of my brothers, my sister. I won't call them FBA, but they got the FBA behavior, and they moved down here to Colombia, and they got their groups. So if you want to know pro brother, pro sister type of brothers, there's a lot of groups like that on WhatsApp. I can't say that, and on Facebook. So if you're just looking for some pro black, pro brother sister groups to enjoy the holidays with, you can find those around the world. But for y'all to do Christmas by yourself in your Airbnb, that's your fault, bruh. That's your fault. That is not called for. You see, even on Thanksgiving, the photo that we posted, it was 10, 15, 20, I would say 15 of us that met up for Thanksgiving. T-Mac was there, Terrell was there, 0 Milligrams was there, my Uncle Jeffrey Ghostface was there. A lot of you guys was there. We didn't sit around and say, oh, well, this Colombia, they don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Well, we do. And we had a great time. And everybody got a chance to make new friends. But just like doing it by yourself, man, you're doing it wrong, brothers. You ain't got to do it by yourself. And that's the part. Let me scroll down. Let me make sure I got everybody. Shout out to my brother, Wendudu, or Dodo. Hope I got that correct, brother. One Dodo 100. Shout out to you, brother, for being. I'm about to hit the button again. Shout out to you for being here, brother. I appreciate you, brother. I just want to keep you guys encouraged. I'm not scolding at all, but I want to keep you guys encouraged that we're here for each other. And that's the important part. Do not feel like that nobody's here for you. That, man, I don't know them dudes. Don't do that. You're a loner. I'm a loner. But I don't stay alone. I'm going to say that again. I am a loner. My wife is a loner. And we had the Christmas party at our house as loners. And we didn't just have Andrea people here. So don't feel like because you're a loner that you have to be alone in another country. Hang out with other loners. Because that's what we do. That's what we do. I kid you not, man. He said, I'm truly starting to believe that us men are more social when that I can attest to. That's so true. When traveling overseas compared to the ladies. I believe that. That's why the ladies are so lonely. And I thought that when I was putting this video together. It's funny that you would say that, Dave. I was thinking the same thing, that men really, like during the holidays, there are very few YouTube videos of men during the holidays of I'm by myself. It's Christmas, it's New Year's, and I'm by myself. There are very few videos of men like that. But I came across as you're going to see tonight, plenty of videos of the ladies like that. He say so much to do in these countries, no excuses for not stepping outside of your comfort zone. And that's the key part, stepping outside of our comfort zones. And men, we are more comfortable with stepping outside of our comfort zones, even just to do day activities or night activities to meet people. Absolutely correct. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen.
Within having someone who's going to stay here for a while is just not as high as people think it would be. Obviously, this is just my personal opinion. I'm sure other people feel different, especially if you live in like main areas of Seoul. There's lots of people around, but even then, just because people are near you doesn't mean they're going to be your best friend. And I kind of just wanted to talk about that because I really think people need to realize that Korea can get lonely.
And it's sad as hell. Like, you know, we had this thing called passport bros, right? Well, Korea, there's literally like, nobody else calls them this, but I gotta call them it. It's like passport sisters. It's like these like wave of like Western women, no matter what race.
Passport sisters in Virginia, in Korea, lonely as can be, walking the street. Right. I like how you worded that, because that's me. I like how you worded that, Ronan. He said, I'm an introvert with extrovert activities in life. That's me 1000%. I'm out in these streets, but I'm not out in them streets. It's like I'm out there, but I'm not out there. And a lot of you guys are just like Ronan and I. We're out here. Ronan and I are the guys that you'll see out if it's a hobby or a habit. I'm gonna say this again. Guys like that are introverted, you'll see us if it's a hobby or a habit. A hobby, something that has to do with sports, something that has to do with art, creativity, whatever. A hobby, something that I don't care if we're taking cooking classes or language classes. A hobby, something that we just do. A habit, exercising. You'll see us in the gym or walking through the park with a group of people. A habit. Reading and becoming part of a book club or becoming a part of a group of this or a group of that or the Comic-Con, whatever. Habit. It's not necessarily just a hobby, it's a habit. Our love for comic books has been around since we were kids. It's a habit. Meeting positive other couples. Hey, we don't want to just hang out with ourselves. Let's go meet other couples to hang out with. Habit. If it's not a hobby and it's not a habit, like, you know what? I'm gonna go parasailing. Hobby. I'm gonna do pottery. Hobby. I'm going to write a book with other artists or other writers. Habit. I could join a writer's club, just write as much as I could join a reader's club. Or travel, a travel group in another country. I'm in Cali, Colombia, and I'm going to meet up with all the other travelers from around the world. Habit. We all have the travel habit. This is not a hobby for us. This is a habit. If it's not a hobby and it's not a habit, yeah, we at the house. we at the house. Us introverts, if it ain't hobby and habit, we ain't just out to be out. We ain't clubbing just to be clubbing. When you see me out, when I say, guys, what are you doing tonight? Nothing, Dre. Let's go to some salsa clubs. I know where you at. You know what that is? Habit. I love salsa music. I love salsa dancing, right? Any of you guys that's ever been out with me, you have never seen me on that damn wall. You have never seen me sit my ass down there for 2-3 hours. What do you see Dre doing? Dre got his ass on the dance floor. I did not come out here just to showboat and look good for chicks. I do bachata. I go to bachata clubs, salsa club. reggaeton clubs. I mean, not reggaeton, but reggae clubs. I don't do reggaeton clubs because reggaeton is kind of like a Spanish version of hip hop. I don't need that. I leave that for the shorties, right? I like to go to clubs that at least have a mix of reggaeton, and then they go back to salsa, bachata, merengue, cumbia music, right? So 100% or at least 80% reggaeton or hip hop clubs. You'll never see me with that in Cali, Medellin, Bogota. I don't. If you, I'm gonna give you a tip, guys. Here's a quick tip. I mean that. And T-Mac can back this up. If you want to put an end to at least 40 to 60% of your headaches when it comes to Colombian women, y'all ready? You ready? If you want to put an end to the headaches that in the ups and downs, I can't find no decent Colombian women. What's going on? There's something going on. You ready? Keep your ass out of majority reggaeton or hip hop clubs in Medellin. The percentage of bullshit that you go through with women will plummet if you keep your ass away from women. That's the hip hop clubs or women that are part of the reggaeton music. Once you get around some cultural spots like cumbia, like bachata, like salsa, like merengue, watch the different level of Colombian women that you meet. But if you hang out in the hip hop clubs, I don't care if you're in Cartagena or Medellin or Cali, or if you're hanging out in majority, and I'll even put in the other category of reggaeton, cumbia, I will put reggae in there or Afro beats in there. But if you hang out in majority spots that's reggaeton or American hip hop, you ask for them headaches. You ask for chicks to use you. You ask to be scammed. You ask to be robbed in many cases. Not most cases, but in many cases. Can I tell y'all something? You want the truth? True story. I have never, not one time, in Colombia, been in a hip hop spot. I can't tell you what it's like to be in a hip hop club where they playing American music. I can't tell you none of that shit. I've been to quite a few reggaeton clubs, and they'll mix it with a little bit of American music. But I'm talking about like predominantly American hip hop. I don't care if it's old, I don't care if it's young. I've never been in one. Because I know the headaches and the type of ladies that go off in there are looking for foreigners to scam, use, and hustle. But if you go to a salsa club, these women know your ass had to take lessons, or you're looking to learn, or you're looking to have a good time. It is a completely different atmosphere. In other words, it's a habit. And I hang out with guys that's a habit. So if I'm not dealing with my salsa, merengue, Afro beat, reggae, bachata, cumbia habit, I'm at the house. I ain't going out unless I'm dancing. I'm gonna say that again. If I'm not on that dance floor, I ain't going out to do no wallflower shit. I could drink at home. I could go to a lounge, because some of us are lounge type dudes. We go to a lounge and man, we sit back, we have some drinks, and we just be talking all night long. Some of you dudes that come to the city, it'll be like 5, 6, 7, 8 of us sitting around just talking shit, having a good time. We ain't no clubs. We done seen some locals come and locals go. Ooh, she fine. Ooh, she fine. We ain't tripping. We in a small bar or lounge. We don't need to dance. We good. But I'm telling you, if you want your headaches to plummet in Colombia at least, keep your ass away from most, I didn't say all, most reggaeton and them damn American clubs. As soon as you hear American hip hop, you need to take your ass and get right back in that Uber and go somewhere where you can't understand none of the lyrics. If you understand the lyrics, you like, I'm in the wrong club. You will thank me a million times over. I have been to clubs, man, for years. I didn't know what the hell they were saying. You got reggae clubs in Spanish, Portuguese, motherfucking reggae clubs in Egyptian. That's what I'm going to. Soon as I hear English, I'm not even about to pay the entry fee to get in that motherfucker. When y'all dudes be asking me, hey Dre, what are hip hop clubs in Cali? I am the first person to tell y'all, I don't know what y'all talking about. And because in the 8 years I've been here, I have never been to a hip hop club in Cali. That includes Medellin. I can't tell you shit about a hip hop club in Medellin, because I know what type of women that come along with hip hop clubs. Let me scroll down, read you guys' comments before we go to the video. He said, Pookie's and Keisha's too lazy to learn salsa. He said, in fact, and then the crazy part in Cali, there's so many free salsa lessons. Many of the clubs, I won't say most, but many of the clubs get free salsa classes before they open up the club, and you can stay at the club. So if you come to the free salsa lessons at 6, that is your payment in, the fact that you took the lessons. And so now you're staying till 3 o'clock in the morning. Why? You already here. You already here. He said, in fact, they would consider salsa dancing to be music of savages. Do you know how Delulu that is? That's so true, bro. Shout out to IMF. That's so true. Ronan said this. He said, yeah, I'm the same way. He said, I'm laid back. Jack, yeah, bruh. If you dudes knew how big jazz is, for example, in Colombia, right now, for example, and I think T-Mac and J. Clyde know this, for example, touring right now, Colombia is, and it's been like the last 4 months, the jazz, how can I word it? Tributes. Like they do a jazz tribute to Michael Jackson's song, and it's all candles. So it's like throughout the whole atmosphere, they've got thousands of candles lit in the stadium. The orchestra does jazz versions of, they've done Michael Jackson, they've done hip hop, they've done Queens, they've done Jazz Night of Aretha Franklin, and they've done Jazz Nights of, and I'm talking about all across Colombia. They've done Jazz Nights of ABBA. They've done Jazz Nights of, they've got Jazz in the Park in Bogota every year. Like we got Jazz in the Park in the States, in your city, in your state, where you can just come to the park and some of the best just jazz performers perform. They got it here in Colombia. They got jazz performers all across Colombia. Colombia is very much into jazz. I'm talking about from Paul Hardcastle to Dave Ramsey to down to the Boney James, Paul Hardcastle, Grover Washington Jr. Come on, you guys know who I'm talking about. They are heavy into jazz in Colombia. That's one thing I can say that doesn't get mentioned enough. Colombians love for jazz. They love jazz down here, man. T-Mac says this. He said, I went to a nice jazz spot, and they got live jazz clubs here too. So if you're into live jazz, especially in Medellin, if you're into live jazz, You want to take your date to a nice little spot? Medellin, Cali, Bogota, very much Bogota. He said, I went to a nice jazz spot, but too bad it was located in a hotel in Parque Yeris. He said, I had to dodge the 304s in order to make my way into the classy spot. No 304s were inside. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Dave says this. Dave says, for whatever reason, I find salsa bachata more appealing that soca whining and grinding, two different levels of women. This is two different levels of women and class for me. That's so true. That's so true. I would rather, this is Andre. This is Andre going out, just me. I would rather go to a bar, a lounge, like a cigar lounge or cigar bar, or just regular bar or regular lounge, and just hang out with you guys and just chop it up and laugh and giggle and just meet women in regards to just chopping it up and talking. And then go salsa dancing and have a good time. We probably, the clubs here in Cali don't close to 6:30. So, and then go get us some breakfast. I drop you off at your Airbnb like 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30. Man, we had a good time, man. We had it. It's been plenty of times I'd have walked in the house at 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. And Andrea already know I'm literally around the corner, because around the corner from here is the only spot in Manga. It's called Manga area. Manga is a suburb of Cali, but it's not technically Cali. So its laws in the Manga area, they're able to stay open to 6:30 in the morning, to where Colombian clubs outside of December, in December is like right now, clubs in Cali are able to stay open till 4 o'clock in the morning. Other than December, they usually close like 2 o'clock, 2:30. And so people hang out, leave Cali clubs or lounges or bars. They shoot over to Manga, where it's nice dressing and very, you ain't no hood person going to Manga. And we go hang out in Manga till like 6 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. And then we'll go get us some breakfast at some of these 24-hour breakfast spots around here. And then I just drop you off at your Airbnb or hotel, and then I drive on home and crash out. But I'm not going to a spot where I can't enjoy my habit dancing. I'm not a wallflower. I don't. That's why I don't like hip hop clubs in other countries. Some of you dudes can go to hip hop clubs in Thailand. I can't do. Get the. Give me a dude. True story. If I'm in Thailand, well, me and Andrea plan on going to our East Asian trip next year, right? Give me a bar, give me a lounge, or give me somewhere I can dance. But I am not going to no fucking hip hop club like I'm fucking 25, 29 years old, 32 years. No fucking no. No. For all you guys that do, that's for you. That's you. Me, that shit will bore me to death going into a hip hop club. Yes, I'll be like, oh, she fine. Oh, she cute. Oh, wow, she fine too. I kid you not, me and Andrea be the first one looking for a reggae club in Thailand. Looking for a salsa club in Thailand, somewhere we can dance. We are not that couple that want to be sitting around just drinking, listening to everybody in the club get tipsy. Everybody in the club tipsy. That's not us. We don't need that hip hop shit, man. We could do that shit at home. We didn't come to Thailand. We didn't fly 4,000, 6,000 miles to be around that hip hop shit. So a lot of times you guys don't meet us because when we do go to Medellin, because we don't hang out in hip hop spots. That's the furthest. Fuck that. That's like eating slimy okras to me. For me to go to Medellin and just go to hip hop club, you might as well give me some slimy ass okra. Nah, I can't do that, bro. I can't do that. Shout out to you guys. Let me get to the other brothers as well. Dave, shout out to you. I'm with you on that one. Shout out to Thelonious in the building. Became a member. Shout out to you. I thought you was already a member. Shout out to Thelonious being here. Merry Christmas, brother. Merry Christmas to you, man. I'm glad to see that you're here, brother. Let's get back to the video. Andre, shut up. Let's get back to the video. Let the brothers hear what the ladies have to say.
Maybe.
These are the lonely ladies in Asia. They moved to Asia, even this Asian chick. They moved to Asia, and they are lonely during the holidays.
Lost my mind. No one noticed.
Living in Korea as a foreigner can be so lonely because it's not easy to make Korean friends.
I have nothing to say, really, because I'm bored. I feel very disassociated. And I can't wait to go to the office tomorrow. I can't wait to work so I can interact with people. Not like I haven't interacted with anyone at all. I have gone to my coworker's house, and then I also went to the bar with her and her husband yesterday. But I just don't have a life. So it's a very weird adjustment here. But, you know, we're taking it one day at a time, right? Also, yes, I look like a different person because I decided.
Yeah, I love me some house rave music too.
To Vietnam, they had issues, so they let me send Korea.
Alone in this fucking house?
Not your own. I'm saying this as somebody.
I just don't have a life. So it's a very. I have nothing to say, really, because I'm bored. I feel very disassociated. And I can't wait to go to the office tomorrow. I can't wait to work so I can interact with people. Not like I haven't interacted with anyone at all. I have gone to my coworker's house, and then I also went to the bar with her and her husband yesterday. But I just don't have a life. So it's a very weird adjustment.
Could you guys do me a favor? Guys like Zeta, guys like Ronin Travelers, all you guys that are in Southeast Asia, I mean this because I'm not going to speak on it. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm just going to read the comment section. Could you put in the comment section what you think the women are doing wrong in Southeast Asia as far as networking and getting to know people? What you guys have noticed that the women are doing wrong, whether black, white, doesn't matter, European, American, what you guys notice personally from your experience, could you put in the comment section for us to read in a few moments what you guys have noticed in the past or noticed today that the women are doing wrong in regards to networking, and we're going to read those comments in a bit.
Here, but you know, we're taking it one day at a time, right? Also, yes, I look like a different person because I felt like embracing my natural curls, even though I do have extensions in, but I just wanted to, you know, try something new country, new vibes, new identity. I don't know, but yeah.
But women who are from England, Australia, New Zealand, and America, and Canada, who literally come to Korea in hopes of finding like a man, and like not just any man, but like this man they see on like K-dramas And like, I started to realize the women who come here are very delusional.
Okay, so I feel like moving abroad is always super glamorized, but there's one thing that's not always talked about a ton, and it's that, like, at the end of the day, like, moving to a new continent, a new country is lonely as hell. Like, it's super exciting, super thrilling, ton of adrenaline in the very beginning, and then it's like the dust settles and you're like, I'm actually just like alone, like across the world. This week I've been like feeling insanely lonely. I am meeting people, like I'm making friends, like I have a lot of like casual friends, but then it's like, I know it takes time, like having a good friend takes time, but also I'm kind of still in like the backpacking mindset, and if you've been backpacking, you know you get like super close to people insanely fast, versus here, like living here, like people are working, like people have friends, you aren't getting as close as quickly as you do when you're like backpacking or whatever. It's like, okay, like I have a lot of like casual friends, but like I don't have like a best friend.
Celebrating Christmas done for alone, far away from home, hits differently, especially when you are OFW. That's a new one. I don't know what OFW is. Maybe some of you guys know what OFW is. But shout out to Salonius right here with the $5 love. He said, Andre, he said, I have a 48-year-old. He said, I had a 48-year-old single mom of 3 tell me earlier that she's tired of men over 40 not knowing what. Oh, they know what they want, ma'am. They know what they want. You clip this part. Here we go. Ma'am, men over 40 are just as wise and know what they want as you do. We are at the 3-hour and 56-minute mark, just in case you guys want to know where we are. 3 hours, 56 minutes. Ma'am, you know what you want out of a man, whether you know him or know that you want to be single for the rest of your life, or you want to solidify a relationship. You know what you want over 40. I got a little tidbit for you. Men over 40 know what they want too. Here's the problem. You ready? Listen to me, sister. And when I say sister, it doesn't matter what race. They don't want you. And they know it over 40. Let's say you didn't have any kids. You know, your kids are grown and, you know, they're doing the independent thing. But let's say you had no kids. They still wouldn't want you over 40. I know you got a cousin that got married. She was 52. She found the love of her life. That's not the norm over 40 for most women. That's just statistics. That's just facts. We talk about norms on this channel, not anomalies. We all know that 1 or 2 persons that over a certain stage or age or situation or circumstance that they were able to have 5 kids and find a man. We all know those anomalies, those unicorns. So on this channel, we talk about the norm. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, that's not my job to accept. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, that is not my job to accept. The Bible says one sows, one as the water, and God gives the increase. I might be sowing something into your life. I might be watering something that you already heard. But it's up to God to give the increase. So I'm not sitting around to convince you of anything. But statistics show that for you as a woman over 40, you kind of know at this stage of life what you want and what you don't want, correct? Also, statistics show for us men over 40, we know what we want and what we don't want over 40. Can we agree with that? And the last thing that statistics show, we don't want most women over 40. But I've got all these guys' attention. They want to sleep with you over 40. Well, my cousin got married over 40. That's your cousin. Even your three. I'll add 3 cousins. Let's say 3 cousins. 4 cousins got married. That's not the norm. Because if you just walk through your neighborhood and knocked on doors and ask if 4 female cousins are married over 40 in your neighborhood, most of those people in your neighborhood would say, no, I think we got maybe 1 that got married over 40. It's not the norm. So yes, you know what you want over 40, and it's respected. It's respected. But you have to respect what men normally, statistically want over 40. And sadly, and not to come at you or any woman, statistically, most men over 40 don't want a woman over 40. So I hope they help you out. And if you're going to use your passport to go to another country, and maybe love is waiting for you there, even though I know it's easier to find love in the West, such as United States, Canada, UK, etc. I would recommend that you just be a little patient in regards to that. You're going to have to be more patient than a 24 or a 34-year-old. Because when it comes to women over 40, winter is here. Kevin Samuels was right. And you're going to have to accept that. Now, I get it. After everything I'm saying, F this, I don't know this guy on camera. He's a stranger. We're at the 4-hour, 1-minute mark. I don't know who this guy is. Who is this madman that's speaking? He don't know me. Whatever makes you feel comfortable and makes the other side of the pillow feel cold for you when you're laying down tonight, enjoy the cold side of the pillow. I got you. You don't know me. I could be some idiot on the other end that's rambling on, or one of those anti-women dudes, right? I could be one of those guys. Or I could be a guy that cares enough about you as a woman to tell you the truth about how men think. At least most of us, not all of us, not all. So you'll find somebody that you can, let's say you got married, or find the one in the next month, and you proved Andre wrong. And I could tell you, you didn't. You're just another anomaly. Another woman of 1 in a million that found a man that will love you after 40. And I hope you understand that I cared enough to tell you the truth. Once again, you could say he's crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know my circumstance. Who is this fool? Who is this crazy dude? Oh, he's one of those. You could do the he's one of those. And once you get done watching the video at the 4-hour and 3-minute mark, I dare you to look at this video again 8 months from now. Why? Is your man here? Is your husband here? Is the love of your life here? Did he finally make it here? You had 8 months from the time period I said something to watching it again 8 months from now, right? He still hasn't shown up. And now you're over 41, or 42, or 45. Makes no difference. The average man knows what he wants. Just like you, as the average 40-plus-year-old woman know what you want. And the average man over 40 has decided that he is not looking for a woman. And I'm talking about the average is not looking for a woman over 40. I hope that response helps out your friend. Once again, Andre, I had a 48-year-old single woman, mother of 3, tell me earlier that she's tired of men over the age of 40. And I agree with you, woman or sister or young lady of 40. You should be tired. You should be tired of dodging men's truth. This is not an attack on you or any woman. I mean that. I'm not pro men. So don't come at me or listen to me from the pro men perspective. I'm pro you. I'll say this again. When I talk to men, I'm pro them. And I'm talking to you right now at the 4-hour, 5-minute mark. I am pro you. This conversation is between you and I. No men, nor the women. The comment was that men over the age of 40, not knowing what they want, they know exactly what they want. And even more, they know exactly what they don't want. And statistically, they don't want you. And that's a hard pill to swallow. I'm willing to accept that most women don't want bald men, right? I'm willing to accept in the United States, most women don't want men that are 58. I look good for 58, but yet most women statistically don't want 58, right? Let's be real. So you have to ask yourself this without blaming the men. What makes it so hard for you to accept the fact that you aren't wanted? If I can accept the fact that I'm not normally wanted by all the women in the States, what makes it so hard for you to accept the fact that men aren't looking for most women over 40? Except maybe to smash or sleep with and blah, 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 or laugh with, but most of them, they're going to kick you to the curb once they get somebody that's 30 something. I'm serious. That's the question I have for you. What makes it so hard for you to accept the fact that most men have decided I will sleep with a woman over 40 if she's attractive, but I don't want to marry a woman over 40. I don't care who she is. You got to ask yourself why. So that's between you and the Lord, not me. So I hope I was able to help you out, sister. And I was able to, now you can sit back and say, you told my business, I can't believe. The only reason that my man Thelonious asked that question is this. He cares about you. He cares enough about you to ask somebody that wouldn't ridicule women, that doesn't come down on women, that cares about women. And he asked this question from somebody with enough wisdom and sense not to attack you or any group of women. So if you want to sit back at the 4-hour and 8-minute mark and say, you know what, he's just attacking. No. I just asked you to ask yourself, what is it about you that makes you think that these men are wrong for looking for somebody younger? And we'll end it with that. Shout out to all you guys Good question. Good question. Oh man, Black by Design said, he said, I don't want to go to Southwest Asia and eat Southern food. Right. That's a good point. That's a good point. He said, man, I ain't going. I did not come all the way out here to Asia to eat fried chicken, to eat grits. I didn't call the way out here. He said, I flew 6,000 miles and y'all serving peach cobbler? No, that is not what I'm looking for. So I'm with you on that one, brother. I kid you not. I am with you on that one. Shout out to all you guys. Let's continue on with the video. Let's continue on with the video. I wish I had the button to push. I wish I had the button to push. Oh my God, y'all stupid, man. Shout out to you guys. Let's go. Let me turn some music on for us. There we go. Now we can go ahead and I'll come back to you guys' comments of the question that I asked you guys earlier. I hadn't forgot about that question, and I want to hear what you guys have to say that's out there in Southeast Asia in regards to the ladies. Let's go back to our video.
Like, first of all, they think K-dramas is like an actual real representation of like their culture here, and they tell them all the time it's not. Like, it's literally a fantasy, but like for some reason the women.
Let's go back to just a little bit. Let's listen to my brother what the LGBTQ brother had to say. Let me go back right about here.
Countries to marry these foreigners and have this and that, and it's looked at so bad, but the women do it too.
You guys are a beautiful family. Your kids are amazing. Can you briefly tell me, like how you guys met and how long have you guys been married for?
Basically, when I first came to Korea, I came for the second time in 2018, and I was at a bar near my house, actually. I was ordering a drink, and there was an older guy at the bar. He was like in his 60s, but for some reason he spoke fluent English. He asked me if I was interested in somebody that he knew. So I got set up on a blind date by a stranger. So his name was Mr. Lee, and he ended up being his supervisor from the past.
Did Mr. Lee, like show you his photo beforehand?
Yeah, he showed me his picture. He told me he was a firefighter, which I was into. I was like, that's cool. And he's good looking. And so, he set us up on a blind date. And we all hung out together for the first time.
첫인상 어떻나요?
첫인상은 너무 아름다웠어요. 진짜 좀 shocked? 깜짝 놀랐어요. 지금도 좀 이쁘긴 한데 처음에는 진짜 그냥 너무 설명 못해요. 너무 이뻤어요.
This Filipino girl married into Korea, but didn't expect her mother-in-law wanted a free maid, not a daughter-in-law. 28-year-old Jinju has been married 4 years. Every morning she wakes up to prepare breakfast for a family of 12, all by herself, while the mother-in-law and siblings hardly touch housework. Sweeping, laundry, childcare, and grocery shopping all fall on her. She even cares for her siblings.
Filipino girl married far away to South Korea. Take care of a family of 12
children. After cooking, Jinju serves her husband, then her father and mother-in-law, even making coffee for her father-in-law and picking out the sugar since he doesn't like it sweet. Once her husband leaves for work, she cleans the dishes, soothes the baby, then mops, does laundry and hangs clothes, often skipping lunch. The mother-in-law relaxes in the living room watching TV while evaluating Jinju's work. With 12 people in the house, making lunch is a daily challenge. The mother-in-law even acts as a food critic, refusing to serve any dish she dislikes. At dinner, 2 small tables are pushed together for everyone, but Jinju is busy with the kids and can't eat much. Afterward, she washes a pile of dishes. She once wanted to split households, but her husband and mother-in-law refused, thinking the current system is perfect, ignoring Jinju's feelings.
Can you hold my bag? Yep. Thank you.
I'm 52, been married for 24 years, recently divorced from a Korean guy, and here are the top 3 things that you should know before marrying a Korean guy. Number 1, know their birth order. It is so imperative that you know this, especially marrying a Korean guy. If he's the firstborn of the family, he, along with his spouse, have the responsibility of taking care of his parents. And it doesn't really matter how many sisters or brothers he might have. Now, he might have an older sister, but she's a girl. So she does not have a responsibility, really, to take care of her parents. But the firstborn, the next boy in line, has the responsibility, along with his spouse, to take care of his parents. In Korean customs, there is a saying called 출갑외인. And what that means is that girls in the family, when they get married off, they are no longer considered a part of their family that she was born into. She is now the family of her husband's. So she does not carry the burden of taking care of her own parents, but she does have the responsibility of taking care of her spouse's parents. There are other variations of the responsibility and the burden of taking care of the man's parents. The second being, how many brothers does he have? If he does not have any brothers, but he's got many sisters and he's the only boy, well, that makes him even more of the baby Jesus of the family.
That's true here, even in South America. They spoil boys. Some of you guys can attest in the comment section. They spoil boys, especially the youngest boy. You would think it would have to be the oldest boy, but the youngest boy or the only boy is spoiled rotten. She's correct.
Which means that his parents probably have really doted on him and spoiled him and have really sacrificed almost all their lives, which was the case with my husband, who is now my ex. He had 3 sisters, 1 older and 2 younger, and he was the second born, however, the only boy. Now, the kicker is that he is the 3rd generation only boy in his bloodline. Now, me marrying into that sort of a family dynamics, it made it very difficult for me to accommodate and meet their expectations. Now that their son is married, it is payback time for the parents, which means they can just sit back and be waited on hand and foot. Now, I have to say that my ex's parents were not quite like that, but I know that this was definitely the expectation when they first met me. Part of the reason why I think they were a little bit more lenient with the expectation with me, and they thought that they can train me into this ideal daughter-in-law, was because I came to the United States when I was 8, and they just assumed that I didn't know this tradition, and that they could
Wow, this was in the States.
Can condition me into this ideal daughter-in-law that they were expecting all their lives. So they used to call me 비국년, and what that means is an American bitch. I found that not vulgar, but I found.
Just imagine the in-laws gave her that nickname, and this dude tolerated it. He was cool with it. He was cool with the young lady being called this particular name. This is crazy.
Found it very comical at that time, and I still do. The first, I think, 7 years were very, very difficult, just trying to get used to one another's expectations, and setting expectations and boundary was excruciatingly painful, especially because they came and lived with us literally, I don't know.
Shout out to T-Mac with the $10 love on the Cash App going towards the Children's Cancer Foundation for the month of December.
Maybe a couple of weeks or a few weeks into the start of our marriage. If you want the full-on details of how that went down, just comment below, let me know, and I'll make another video of it. I'm running out of time. Okay, number 2. You need to find out what his relationship is like with his parents. And
this is for all the women that are going to Korea and other Southeast Asian countries, assuming that they can just scoop up the love of their lives, not realizing the headache and heartache that goes along with going to certain regions of the world and assuming things about the men.
The mindset of this man, right? Who comes first, his parents or you? And I know this may sound really unfair, but if he is constantly on his parents' side, no matter what, whether you're right, you're wrong, whether they're right, they're wrong, but if he is constantly telling you to let things go, or if he is always siding with his parents, that is a red flag. I have to say that there were many subtle signs and many like in-your-face signs that I kind of like ignored. A perfect example of the sign was when we were planning for our honeymoon, and he suggested that his parents come with us or family decisions. And again, if you want the full detail, are what you're willing to do, what you're not willing to do for as long as you're married. Is it death do us part with just you and your spouse? Or is it death do us part with you, spouse, and his whole family? Now,
remember, like I always say, it's all in the family. Everything that you're looking for from a person, look at their family. If the family is impoverished and broke, you got to go through all these headaches with the even women with family members in foreign countries that are impoverished and broke and have nothing to offer to each other. But if you come from a family that are, if you're dating somebody from a family that's self-sustained, and I'm not talking about in a broke barrio or favela up in the hills. I'm talking about a woman that comes from a family that's about their business and she's about her business. It makes it a lot easier, guys. I kid you not, man. I kid you not. Andrea family makes being in Colombia so much smoother because her family is not a family that's begging for this or asking for that. They offer me this and they offer me that and they make sure this is taken care of and that's taken care of. They're always on top of everything. Everybody's career oriented. There's so many people with degrees and education and travel and live around the world. Andrea's family lives around the world, not just here. And so it makes it so much easier for me to explain things or to do things. But just imagine if Andrea was a wonderful person, but her family was like this particular situation that the woman is describing. Man, marriage for me and Andrea would not be good. It would have never happened. If Andrea was a good woman coming from a trash family, I'm going to say this one more time. If my wife was a good, supportive, everything that I wanted, sexy, attractive woman, but her family was trash. And I've said this on a live show sitting next to Andrea. We would not be together. It wouldn't have never lasted because her trash family, whom she's been around with her whole life, those qualities would have eventually showed up, no matter how good of a person Andrea currently is. So for all you dudes that get with women with education, degrees, and she owns this and da-da-da in this country, but her family ain't ish, those ain't ish qualities are in her DNA and they will show themselves eventually. And you'll be mad because you thought because she had a job or degrees or opportunities that she's a good catch, and you'll find out that it was all in the family, actually. Well, that it was actually all in the family. So I just want you guys to know that. I kid you not, man. I looked at Andrea's family more than I looked at her. Way more. Way more. If you're talking about vetting, I didn't vet Andrea as I didn't have to vet Andrea as much as I vetted her family. I want to make sure, do these people own property? Oh, they do? Okay, cool. How many people go to work? Oh, everybody? Okay. Oh, only the grandmamas who are older because they're grandmamas at home? Okay, cool. Or the few housewives, there are few, okay, cool. Let me see the kids. Are these kids? Okay, the kids are learning English in school. Okay, cool. Who went to college? Okay, how many college degrees in this family? How many careers in this family? Okay, all right. This person has got a career in this. Okay. All right, career in this. Okay. Have they any passports in this family? Any passports? Oh, this family got people that live here, live there, in this country, that continent. They're everywhere. When they come back home, they got stories. Okay, cool. Okay, all right. Now I could take Andrea serious because now I can take her family serious. But if I can take Andrea's family serious, me and Andrea would be cool. But wouldn't have been no love crossing borders because and y'all take that part. I've been saying this for years. It's all in the family. I've been saying that for years. And you think F Andre, I got a good girl, she's sweet, her family trash, she's sweet. Okay, cool. You ever notice how you gotta always correct her about stuff? You know why? Because she ain't got no women in her family to correct her about stuff. And what I mean, let me correct that. She doesn't have a bunch of wives in her family to correct her about wife stuff. That's why you always got to argue and fuss with her. Because you if she thinks, well, you just saying that as a foreigner. 90% of the stuff I don't have to correct Andrea about. You know why? Her mama, Mary, corrects her. Her aunties, all of them, from dad's side and mom's side, all of them except one, Mary. Oh, no. Let me not say that. Let me not say that. Because we just went to her wedding last month. So technically, all the aunts, all the cousins are married, except for if the husbands have passed on, like the grandmamas, and where the granddaddies have all passed on. So all on mom and dad's side, nothing but wives to give her advice. Nothing but wives. Vet the families. Stop looking at how fat this female's behind is and how good her coochie is. Vet the families if you want to be serious. Because if she got you living in the poorest of poorest of poorest areas in Cartagena or Bogota or Barranquilla or Santa Marta, but she's sexy, tell me about her family. And if I ask you to tell me about her family and her family is trash, it's going to show itself in her DNA one day. It's going to show itself in her DNA one day.
I'm not going to sit here and generalize the whole Korean community, that this is how it is for all. I think preparedness is everything. So is the reason for this post. Stay in the driver's seat, my friends, always.
Like, especially in Korea. And that's why, if y'all haven't seen that one video, that girl talking about, like, if you're not, like, white or something like that, you're probably going to be viewed as ugly, which I have my own opinion on because I think she worded shit wrong. But there's a reason why that shit blew up and it hurt so many people's feelings because women really come here, foreign women come here to, like, their whole dream is to, like, get this man that they fetishize. And it's so weird and it's so, like, creepy because it's like, they really fetishize these fucking men and it's creepy. And now I understand why I hear, like, the issues y'all have about foreign women come over here and they go through SA or they get used for, like, citizenship because you come here all googly eyed and wide open and, like, don't even know, like, girl, like, this is still human life. Like, a man is a man, a person's a person, no matter where they live at. Like, Oh, because somebody online told you, oh, they're nice, and you say, like, y'all are so weird on this. Like, people are weird. Like, and to be quite real with y'all, it's very desperate. Like, this, like, it is so desperate. Like,
this is so weird, Abby. First Christmas out of the country without my family at all. Like, first ever Christmas. Asinebindi. Bulungile, phile kanjena bulungile, madaliwe. First international Christmas. Like that.
This Cambodian girl married into Korea. At 19, she should have been entering university, but instead married a 54-year-old man. Her mother was only 38 at the wedding. Now Jin Chup is 25, working as a shop clerk in a small Korean town, earning 2.5 million won a month, enough to make her love this developed country. Back in Cambodia, her family was very poor, and she couldn't even find a proper job. Later, through a woman from the same village, she met a Korean man 35 years older than her. Tempted by a 50 million won offer, her parents urged her to marry this grandfather-aged man. She was completely unwilling back then, but she never expected to live her dream life now. Although her husband is plain-looking and old, it's still far better than a hard life in Cambodia. Their daughter is now 5, and her husband adores her. To help with taking the child to school, they brought her mother from Cambodia to Korea. At first, her mother had a good impression of Korea, but as time passed, all that remained was homesickness. She makes long calls every night, which angered the son-in-law. He pulled out the phone bill from the drawer and confronted her, saying she spent over 2 million won on calls in a month. Caught between the mother who raised her and the husband she lives with, she could only act cute to soothe her husband, then persuade her mother. As a mother, she understands her daughter. This family may have conflicts, but they are still trying to build a happy life.
Videos of Thailand versus Vietnam.
My own house.
My bad.
5 million won a month, enough to then persuade her mother. As a mother, she understands her daughter.
It's funny that these women want a husband for Christmas.
Be by me, baby, be a millionaire. Have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire. Be a millionaire, be a millionaire.
Yes, these women are asking Santa for a husband.
Have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire. Have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire.
Don't you buy me nothing. Don't you buy me nothing. I am feeling one thing. Your lips on my lips. That's a merry, merry Christmas. It's next year. Oh, I wanna let him unwrap me like a
All I want for Christmas is a pink Bentley.
to think you as a woman, the fact that you have a down there gives you so much access and power in this world on the low. Like, you have the privilege of not having to work just because you're a female. Like, if you are a female, you can literally, somebody asks you, what do? You can say, I stay at home. And nobody will question that. People will be jealous of that. As a man, you can't do that shit. I'm talking about what do you do? Oh, I stay at home and my wife work. Do that shit even sound right? So that's why I'm saying, like, you have the privilege of literally being able to sit in your femininity and have it just come to you. But the fact that you're willing to buy plane tickets, $1,000 plane tickets, to come over to Korea, to go get you a man who, and the man y'all want, got all that plastic, got more plastic surgery than your ass, cutting their jaw open and shit, wearing makeup and shit, mascara and shit.
Yeah, this is the Korean men. Plastic surgery is just as common among men in Korea than it is for women. So a lot of times these women don't know that men have an ugly DNA, meaning if you have children, the children don't look like the husband that's had plastic surgery, but it looks like the husband before he had plastic surgery. So you thinking that you got you a fine ass Korean man, and the truth is, when them babies come out, them babies ugly as hell. All these dudes are surgery, every one of them.
Oh yeah, this man was just born perfect. He's got perfect horizontal thirds, perfect vertical fifths. I don't know anyone more perfectly handsome than him.
Oh my god, he's got a nose implant in there. Celebrity Plastic Surgery Secrets K-Drama Edition.
Do you ever notice that the plastic surgeon doctors are never the ones that get the plastic surgery? I've noticed that. I noticed that here in Colombia. I noticed that in the States. I noticed in other countries. The surgeons that make millions upon millions of dollars when it comes to surgery never get plastic surgery.
Chatlanu, my daughter's birthday request. I noticed that this man's face is perfect. His horizontal thirds are perfect, his vertical fifths are perfect, and his profile is perfect. I searched through his childhood photos and this man was just born perfect. Any more people born like this and I'm gonna be out of business.
They've got a plastic surgery in Korea called baby face, to where they can do the surgery to make you look a lot younger than what you actually are. In our community, we say black don't crack. In Korea, I might as well say they can take it back. They can take you back to when you were 20, 25, 24, even though you're 35, 44 years old. He said, I don't want to go to Southwest Asia and eat, as we said before, Southern food. Absolutely correct. Black says this. He said, overseas women are so different than here. He said, but with time here, I know. He said, I know what I want, not what I don't want. Absolutely correct. Hey, I'm gonna say this now. Who let this man up in here? I'm telling you now, we got between O'Shea, Richie Mack sneaking up in here, Aaron sneak up in here from Black Men's Travel, even Anton and Angry Man. Oh my goodness. Shout out to all you brothers, man. Shout out to our brother from Uganda showing the 50,000 I don't know even what it's called in Uganda. He said, you need to send me this story of what you are watching. Okay, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. Do me a favor, O'Shea, on the phone. Just send me your email. Send me an email, because this is just women that are lonely for Christmas. The Passport Sisters are just lonely for Christmas. They thought that they could do what we do. And I think that's the mistake that a lot of women are making, such as the subject matter we've been talking about. They try to do what we do as men, and it backfires, and they don't notice it on regular days. You know, they just living their lives, working online or out there with their friends, and then the holidays hit. And they're thinking like, man, now I'm lonely. I don't have a man and I live in South Africa. I don't have a man and I live in Uganda. I don't have a man and I live in Poland now. I don't have a man, I live in Germany now. And so a lot of women now are feeling the crunch of being lonely. So if you want this montage that I'm looking at, that I put together, just hit me up. Just make sure that you send me your email address so I can send it directly to you, and you can get this the whole. Because a lot of times after I get done creating the video and I do the live stream, I'm done with it. And this not just for O'Shea. Any of you YouTubers that are out there, a lot of times when I get done with the montage of videos that I create, I may not use that again at all. So if you guys are interested in any of the montages that I do, I still have copies of the last 80, 90, 100 in my computers. And so if it's any of them that you like, hey, Dre, can I get the one that you did on social? Hit me up, man. Shoot me an email. Or if you already on my WhatsApp, shoot me up on WhatsApp, man. And I'll get that montage over to you because I don't use them after I get done with them. So shout out to all you guys, and shout out to my brother O'Shea. Oh, let me say it correctly. O'Shea Dude Jackson. Back at it again. Shout out to my brother O'Shea in the building. Man, I wish my computer was working so I could give you guys proper shout outs. But I'm glad that you guys are here. Let's continue on, because as you guys can see, that K-pop and all those ultra handsome men in Korea that the women from the West are going out to see, we're starting to see that these men are actually made of plastic.
So I actually don't think Namjoon got his eyes or nose done. If you can see here, he still has his monolids, and there is still a little hump on his nose, but if you can see actually closely, I think what he got was a genioplasty. So a genioplasty is a procedure when you reshape the jaw along with orthodontic treatment. So if you can see here, when he was young, he had a very small jaw. It looks like he had class 2 occlusion, which means that his upper teeth kind of protrude over his lower teeth. And so in order to fix this, he got orthodontic treatment. Honestly, because of the lack of space he probably had with his jaw, they may have done some extractions, which means remove some of his premolar teeth to give more spacing, because his teeth look a little bit more crowded. And he probably got genioplasty. As you can see here, his jaw is a lot more defined. He really had no jaw when he was young. And yes, you know, jaws do grow as you kind of mature and grow as an adolescent, but you can see here, very big difference. And I don't think just doing orthodontic treatment could have made a wider space for his jaw. Original jaw, which is more protruded back, kind of enhanced. So that's what I think. Octagon, on the other hand, guys, I did not know that he got a nose job. Like, oh my god, like, but he's still so fine. Maybe just a slight tuning. I don't think Park Seo-joon got surgery.
Once again, even the women that are there in Korea are living a fantasy of believing that many of these guys didn't get surgeries when they did.
Guys, like, where on his face did he get surgery? Honestly, Park Seo-joon, if you really take a look at like each of his features, like, they're not the most, like, you know, like the biggest, most like refined features, but it's just that his facial harmony makes him so fine. And I think just all his just features like really play with him so well. Like, if you replace like, you know, I think that's kind of what makes him so handsome, his just facial harmony. It's not always big eyes, high nose bridge, like small face, you know what I mean? And Chongin, I think he's so cutie. Like, I think he just had a cute fat face. I think he looks the same. And Idol, I don't know, guys. I think his double eyelids are natural. Fight me otherwise, but I don't think his eyes, he got surgery. Like, I think his eyes are really natural. I mean, I heard in videos, like, in the past, he said that, like, he doesn't like his double eyelids because he looks like a little bit like, yeah. Let me know in the comments what you guys think.
Hey, y'all come get on a plane to fly all the way across the world to get a man. It is desperate, and it tells me.
And also, O'Shea, when you send me your email, I'm going to send you this guy's full 7-minute rant in regards to women from the West coming to Korea, thinking that they're going to get a K-pop man, and come to find out Korean men normally don't look like that. So that's why I did this video. A lot of women are lonely on Christmas, but then I came across this guy, Mr. LGBTQ, and he's like, man, you ladies are desperate. You are flying all these miles to find out that these men don't really look like this. And he talks for about 7 minutes. So that's a great subject matter that you may want to speak on as well.
Why you probably have male issues back in your own country. Because if you're desperate enough as a female to get on a damn plane and then of course ain't no man gonna take you serious. Of course you're gonna get used. Any woman who's desperate gonna get used, because all that tells a man is that you don't love yourself. You don't care about yourself. You really will let him run over you just to have the fact, just to be able to tell somebody, I got a man.
Come on, my man, my man, my man, my baby, my baby. He give me down, spoiling me, driving me crazy. My man, my man, my man, my baby, my baby. He give me down, spoiling me, driving me crazy.
My man, my nigga, my daddy, my baby, dicking me down, needing me, driving me crazy. Do you know how much I love you? Do you know that you? Do you know?
Wake up, my man. I take a shit, my man. I make breakfast, my man. I'm driving, my man. I'm bathing, my man.
Was there ever a day you feel like in recent time where you like didn't think that?
No.
It's never happened.
No.
Just my man at all times.
Eat, my man. Shit, my man. Bathe, my man. Sleep, my man. Wake up, my man. I take a shit, my man. I make breakfast, my man. I'm driving, my man. I'm bathing, my man.
Was there ever a day you feel like in recent time where you like didn't think that?
No.
It's never happened.
No.
Just my man at all times.
Eat, my man. Shit, my man. Bathe, my man. Sleep, my man.
And then don't let me even start getting on like the women of color that come here. Cause like I hate to have to hurt your feelings too, and I'm saying this because I come from that Janae Aiko bloodline, so you know my mother is a black person, and I'm trying to tell y'all like, girl, it's not, if you're attractive here, correct? Because now I'm hopping on that clothes thing. I just want to say this real quick. Now I'm gonna get off. If you're attractive, correct? But like, also remember, like, these same black women who live in Korea who tell you, oh, I don't have no problems being told I'm pretty. Yeah, but also watch their videos when they're getting interviewed and they're talking about how I feel like I'm being used as an experience or experiment so they can see what it's like to date a foreigner or date a black person. But I don't think I'm ever getting taken serious. Yes, bitch, because a lot of women, when y'all come here, y'all do no motherfucking, like, research for real. Y'all think watching their TV shows is research. I'm trying to tell you how Asian culture, no matter if you're Korean, Thai, Chinese, Japanese, Asian culture always stems from the same customs, which is family comes first. It's all about uplifting the family. Number 2, we keep it in the bloodline. Okay? Okay? So yes, of course, they're not going to always take you serious. And then if y'all get in the comments about acting people who are married to some Asian man, okay. But also remember, you don't know these motherfucking people. You're helping pay their bills. So of course, and they know what your desperate ass wants to see. You want to see your fairy tale and your fantasy live through online because you can't live it yourself.
These females out here putting together a K-pop Christmas tree. They want a Korean dude that's not really looking like a Korean dude. They want a bunch of young dudes that had surgery.
So this is Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all people who aren't at home.
And what have you done? Another.
Everybody, Merry Passport Christmas from the city of Asuncion, Paraguay. This is my view from my balcony in my Airbnb. Comment where you are celebrating Christmas this year, and more importantly, where you want to celebrate Christmas next year. I'll be honest with you, before I started becoming a passport bro, I didn't really like Christmas that much. Besides the obvious fact that I wasn't a Christian back then, I also think that Christmas is not really conducive to the type of lifestyle that people live in major American cities. If you're single, you're living out of an apartment with 3 other strangers, you're ordering Uber Eats every day. That's not really like a Christmas type of environment. But moving abroad, getting married, and kind of living a, basic traditional life. Now I'm in my sweaters. My wife bought this for me. We have our tree. We're in South America, so we have to get a fake tree because, they don't really have evergreens here. It's just much more conducive to the Christmas spirit. And I just feel so grateful for the fact that I was able to have all these amazing things and live this amazing life. And I hope that each and every one of you who is feeling lonely this Christmas, is not really as happy this Christmas, is not having the Christmas that you really wish you had, I hope that in the next year, you start traveling abroad, you meet somebody, you settle down, and hopefully by next year, you'll be having an amazing Christmas too. So please comment where you're at this year, and if you're not where you want to be, where you want to be next year.
And this Christmas will be a very special Christmas for me.
Shout out to all you guys out there. We're done with the video montage. And I'm going to go to, if you guys don't mind, give me another 10 to 15 minutes to just kind of like read through the comments of the guys that answered the question about what they've noticed out there with the passport sisters in Southeast Asia. This is not my analogy. It's from the guys that are out there right now, boots on the ground. And so I want to read what you guys have put out there in regards to, and I won't give a commentary. I'll just read through. So that's why I said give me a few minutes. And I just want to read through what you guys had to say about what's taking place when it comes to the sisterhood and the passport sisters out there in Asia. Shout out to you guys. And my man Nazarene of the Way, he said, what's going on? He said, they're solo traveling. He said, and this gotta be the perpetual fear of the outside world because of the lies of Western rhetoric / propaganda, like feminism, and telling them all men and people are dangerous. Let me scroll down to the next person. And looks like Zeta says this. Zeta says, they are not, I saw your super chat just pop up, brother. I'm going to read that in a second. Zeta says, they're not learning the language to communicate. That's a good point. To communicate. They're not putting themselves out there, getting out of their comfort zones. So many think that Korea is like K-pop, but it's not. And once again, these are the guys who put this in the comment section to answer my question. What do you guys notice while you're in Southeast Asia that the ladies are doing that's causing them to falter or fall by the wayside, whether it be sisters or others, when it comes to being in Southeast Asia? Like you said, they're not learning the language. Let me go to the super chat real quick. Shout out to you, brother. And Black by Design with the $20 love. He says the same that Black women want men who don't want them. O'Shea made a statement the other day, and I've heard this from other individuals over the years, that the best country for opportunity for people of color when it comes to economics is the United States. That's why so many of us are still business connected to the United States. That's why some of us get our certifications and do tech jobs online, but many of the jobs are from the United States. Many of us have retired with our pension or Social Security from the United States. Many of us still own real estate and business opportunities in the United States. So we're not fools. We know that the United States is that corporation in which we can have a lot of opportunity as Black people compared to many of the other countries around the world. Here's the kicker. So it is with a lot of sisters, and they don't realize that. The blessing of Black or FBA or Foundational Black Americans or just Black men in general in the United States is more of an opportunity for a lot of Black women than it is in many cases in the United States, in Asia, in South America. I mean, we have more Blacks in South America than in North America. North America in total, meaning Canada, Greenland, the Caribbean islands, including other locations, North America and Mexico and United States, of course, 50 million Black people in all, total. Brazil alone, 110 million Black people in Brazil alone. It is estimated, the highest statistic that I came across was 150 million people in Brazil alone. That's almost three times as much as in all of North America. And that's just Brazil. We're not talking about the 13 million Afro-Colombians. We're not talking about all the Afro-Venezuelans, Peruvians, Ecuadorians, and so forth, right? My point in saying all that is, even though there are more Black people for African-American women to relate to on the continent of Africa, all 54 countries, as well as the 12 countries here in South America. Sisters, the best place for you to go to find your husband is who can relate to you as far as your goals, your dreams, your plans, is back home in the States. Yeah. You're statistically more prone to find somebody that will allow you to run off at the mouth back in the States. You're statistically more prone to find a country where men will allow you to put hands on them and not say anything because the men don't want to be arrested back in the States. You're more prone to find men that will sit back and say to you, you know what? Or allow you to say to them, I want a divorce, and take 50% of what he has back in the States. You can find a man that's going to pay for your degrees. You'll find all the simps that you want. You'll find a guy that will pay $500 to $700 for a dinner. You'll find a guy that'll get you a $80 bottle of wine, with a $100 bottle of wine, whatever you want. Here's the kicker. You got to do it back in the States, sisters. There aren't that many men in Africa that's going to sit back and spoil you and tolerate you the way that an American black man will tolerate you, understand you, and yet even marry you. Because your South American brothers and sisters, no. Your brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa, maybe. But all the Blasians out there, rare. For all you ladies that are lonely when it comes to traveling to other countries and lonely during the holidays, you know why you're lonely? I don't put myself out there. No. I don't make enough friends. No. You're lonely because the only men that will satisfy your spiritual thirst are back home. And that's why we rarely hear stories of relationship success of black women and the white ladies too. I won't put them out there as bad. I mean, I'm going to put them out there also. I won't let the sisters hang alone. White women and black women from the United States, I would highly recommend for you, if you're looking for true love, and I mean true love, take your tail back home. Because if you don't, and you stay out here, you think the streets of in the States were bad when it came to looking for a man. Some of you who are 32, you'll be 52, and you still won't have a man trying to run around these other countries. Now for you sisters that are just traveling and relocating with the kids for better opportunities and better chances, and it's not all about a man, I'm with you, because when I left, it wasn't all about women, so I can relate to you. But for those of you that it is all about a man, yeah, going to Korea, yeah, I think you're gonna catch you a K-pop. You need to come to reality. These men are having surgeries. And so that's what we're looking at. But let me go to the comment section. Shout out to all you guys that are here. We're gonna go finish off these comments, and then we're gonna wrap this evening up, because I know that it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Wait a minute, y'all. The things are fading. I'm talking about bass. How low can you go? Death Row. Back again. What is the incredible rhyme animal? I'm singing Public Enemy as if you aren't even here. You guys, shout out to you guys. Okay. How come Chuck D was at the Black Manosphere Conclave, the hotel in Miami? Me, Uriah, and Will, we were having lunch. And all of a sudden, Chuck D just walked past with his little, I don't know if his wife or lady friend just walked past and sat down at the table. And I'm looking like, you know what? And dude, that's one of my favorite rappers of all time. I was like, you know what? Let me let this man have peace. Let me let this man have peace. And that's why I didn't go over to his table or bother him or anything. But yeah, it was me. Shout out to Uriah. Shout out to my man, a Chill with Will. And we were all at the Black Manosphere Conclave having lunch in the hotel. And Chuck D just walked past. I was like, Chuck D? So we doing Chuck D? And he was like, right, not even 10 paces away. He said they spend more time making depression videos instead of talking to human beings. You notice that they spend more time making videos about how sad they are instead of doing something about how sad they are. Absolutely correct. He said they spend more time. I just looked at that. Let me scroll down. Let me see if I read this already. He said, like the gay dude said, he said they think that the K dramas or reality, not reality shows, but dramatic movies and things like that. He said, realistically, it's not far from realistically, it's not far from the KN drama or KN dramas. And I can understand that. They're living a fantasy. It's just a fantasy image in a magazine. I've seen her face before. Yeah, I'm doing my guy flashback for all you guy fans. IMF said this. He said the clueless Alicia Silverstone accent ain't picking up game as the Passport Sisters with a splish splash of feminism. It's game over. As Kevin Samuel said, winter is here. It is here. Let me see what else. Nazarene Another Way said, right. He said, with all the free time that they could have been joining apps, as far as app groups, places, Facebook groups for traveling or travelers. He said, if they make content, they can message other. Yep, if they can make content, that means that they can message other content creators for collabs to do, or collabs to hang, meaning they can hang out doing collabs with other content creators. That is so true. He said, the OF workers. Thank you for letting me know, brother. There are things I'm yet to know. Esco says this. He said that they don't seem to be tapped into the expat community. And that's the problem I noticed with a lot of women, especially sisters from the States. They don't tap into the expat community. They tap into, I'm noticing this is Andre talking. I'm noticing when here in Colombia, sisters tap into the Black only communities, but yet don't sprinkle a little variation communities into their cell phones. Like if it's pro-Black, pro-Afro-Colombian, you will see the sisters there, which is nothing wrong with that, of course. But then they don't sprinkle into their repertoire maybe a mixed bag of people that like to go fishing like they do, or artwork like they do. So they'll go into the Black community, they'll learn how the history of Africa in Colombia, and they'll learn the history of the languages of slavery in Colombia and the Colombian recipes. But they really, in their hearts, they're like, I like doing that, but I also like pottery. But this group's over here, I haven't come across pottery. But just because these people over here are the white Colombians, in other words, or the white European groups, they don't tap into their love for the Black person. Black woman doesn't tap into her love for pottery because it's not all Black people. And I see that a lot with sisters. There's nothing wrong with tapping into a majority of Black people to help you to adapt and grow in a country. But do realize, sprinkle in other groups as well that are into things that you like. You might be into the playing chess as a woman, but you just haven't found a chess club among the Afro-Colombians or the Afro-Brazilians. Hey, go with the flow of what likes you in regards to that chess. So you know what? I couldn't find it with the brothers. Maybe I'll find chess with the others. And I could do 85% of what I do with the brothers and sisters, and maybe that 15% I'll do with other foreigners. But sisters, I notice, don't think like that. I notice us men, we think like that. But sisters, no. It's rare that I see sisters hanging out with groups other than, yep. If I show up to a group and it's just eclectic as far as races, I'll see maybe one, maybe two sisters every once in a while. But yeah. Black by Design said this. He said, I would rather melanate. I would rather, I want a melanated woman, but I can't find one here. And you're talking about it in where you are in, you're talking about in Asia, correct? Let me know where you're located, Black by Design. Remind me, if you don't mind. He said, I won't find one here without kids. He said, I'd rather find her, but my next woman will definitely have to be or have to have a foreign accent. Absolutely. I understand that completely. Go for what you want. Dave said this. He said, Andre, there are a few live streams that I enjoy that I can send them to you. But let me go back. Andre, there are a few live streams, since you said few, that I enjoy. Can you send them to me? If so, thank you. How do I go about it? I thought you were, let's read this again. There are a few live streams that you enjoy. You said I enjoy. I said, okay, cool, got it. But then you said, Andre, can you send me or send them to me? If so, thanks, fam. How do I go about that? Dave, do me a favor. You don't have to send a super chat if you don't want to. If you do, cool, but you don't have to send a super chat. Rewrite this so I can understand where you're coming from. Do you want me to send you YouTubers, or do you want to send me YouTubers that you like? That's what kind of threw me off. That's what kind of threw me off. Let's go back. My brother Zay says, I've seen so many American women overseas in Korea, Cambodia, and Japan not getting accustomed to the culture, which is very important, like us men have so they feel lonely because they still have that Western mindset. That could be true for any of us. So yeah, I do see a lot of women like that. They think that I can be sassy in every country, and that doesn't work. I can be mouthy in every country, and that doesn't work. I can be opinionated in every country. And a lot of sisters are discovering you can't do that in every country. That's why it's so imperative for a lot of sisters to, eventually, after traveling, just go back home to find your final love. And I mean that. From what I've seen over the years, the best location for a mass group of sisters to find their final love. I'm not saying sisters sit and travel and enjoy life. But what I am saying, that if you're looking for your final love, your best option for somebody to tolerate the mindset, I don't want to say behavior, but the mindset of the American Black woman, is back home. He's back home. He said, trying to convince feminists to change their ways is like trying to convince a billy goat. Ooh, that's stubborn. To not headbutt a hiker off a cliff to their death. This is true. You are not changing the disposition of that billy goat. Once again, Ronan says this. He said, Love Crossing Borders. He said they now have to compete with that culture of women, the culture of women, and they aren't used. That's a good point. That's another thing. American women are used to competing with American women. Canadian women are used to competing with Canadian women. So it is with the UK, and most women in the West are used to competing with their own kind. You know, looking for the economics. I need my man to make, he need to be 6 feet, 6 figures, blah, 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 right? So they compete under those dynamics. But then they get on a flight and fly to Korea. And then they spend time patting their weave, trying to understand how is it that black men and white men and others are spending more time with the Korean woman, or on the 54 countries of Africa, on the continent of Africa. How is it that these brothers don't want to be with American me, and they would rather be with the African woman? So they question themselves, even when it comes to being around other sisters. How is it that I am in another country, I see all these American men, and none of these American men want to date me, even on the continent of Africa? They just can't fathom the thought that they have to compete with other cultures. And I keep trying to tell sisters, as your big brother, I mean this, as your big brother, enjoy your travels, enjoy relocating to other countries. But sis, if you're looking for that final love, you need to go on back home with that one. Even if you can convince him to travel, right? You go back to the States, you find the love of your life, and you spend all that time convincing him, baby, let's travel. Cool. But most dudes that are from the States are not looking for a woman from the States. And that's what a lot of you ladies aren't willing to accept. Yep. You say part two, that they are waiting for someone to approach them instead of being where they can meet men. That's a good point, man. You guys are making some good points. So women over 40, Shang Nu, meaning leftover women, as in China would say. Yep. Let me finish off these last comments, these last few comments right here. I think I've gone through all the super chats. He said, and I'm going to check the Cash App in a second. He said, why choose a woman over 40 who is masculine, true, masculine acting, and a feminist with baggage in the US when you can get a woman overseas in her 20s, mind you, in her 20s, like I did. Who am I to sit back and question it? Because I did. Who was fit, feminine, friendly, and fertile. But the men back on the plantation, the United Plantation of America, they will try to convince you that for you to go to another country, this is what they use. Y'all ready? This is the word that you guys need to get past. I said that on purpose. This is the word. Once you get past, as a man that travels, this word, you'll be fine with whatever they say in the States. You ready? Have to, or this term, have to and get to. I say a word, but I meant term. Have to and get to. Completely different. They in the States say we have to go to other countries to look for women because you couldn't find a woman in the States. So you had to. You have to. No. People in the States will not admit that you get to. See, I smashed my way through the United States already. I get to stay in the States or leave the States. I have an option, a choice, opportunities. See, they sell it to you as if you have no other choice because the women in the States don't want to, so you have to. I'm here to tell you, you don't have to do anything because we all know y'all was already smashing them chicks in the States and you found quantity, but you rarely came across quality. Oh yeah, we were getting our quantity in. Come on, guys. We got our, if we didn't get nothing in the United States with the women's lib and feminism and free sex and let's be free, girl, and everybody, I got the right to spread my legs open with all that taking place over the last 20 years in the United States. The easiest thing to get is some coochie. Quantity. The problem was, for me and others, once we got done with quantity, we found it hard to find quality. Oh, there's quality in all 50 states, but it's hard to find. Quantity is everywhere. Quality is hard to find. So, for some guys, they decided to take some of their proceeds, some of their money, and go to countries where they could flip it. They could find better quality in masses and not just quantity in masses. And women in the States detest it. They detest the fact that you flipped the script and you were able to find quality in masses and not just quantity in masses in other countries. Official Kobe in the building. He said 40-year-old men see 40-year-old women with the same lack of dating value. True. See, these 20-year-old women see as if the 20-year-old women see the 20-year-old men. Think about it. Absolutely correct. And you know why I say that's correct? I'll tell you why I say that's correct. My wife says the same thing all the time. I think the sad part is in the United States, and we're going to talk about this in the sad part in the United States is this. Nobody wants to admit that younger women are tired, even at a young age. Nobody wants to admit that there are younger women in the United States that's saying, you are not going to get me pregnant. You are not going to have me as a fifth baby mama. You are not. No, I don't want to go to the club. I don't want to party with you. I don't smoke weed. No, I'm not sniffing anything. I'm not licking anything, and you can't shoot me with anything. There are a lot of women that are young in the United States that are tired even by the time they hit 23. I saw that mess since I've been 15 to 23. I saw girls doing this, guys doing that. I saw girls in high school getting pregnant. I saw girls having to drop out of college because they got pregnant. I am going to get me a man that is mature enough to where he knows about results and repercussions, and I'm going to stick with that man. I don't like men my age. And in the States, they rarely acknowledge women that are not attracted at all to the behavior of men their age. And I'm going to say this. Y'all ready? Here we go. And I'm saying this to some of you daddies and uncles and older brothers. I'm saying this to some of you daddies, you uncles, and older brothers. Your daughter, niece, female cousin, female coworker needs you to understand she is not going to throw her body around for some 22-year-old boy because she's 22. She's not going to throw her body around for some 26-year-old boy because she's 22. She's not going to throw her body. She doesn't want to be a party girl. Some of you dads going to have to come to a conclusion. Your daughter, she's 22, and she's going to walk through that door with a boy that's 30 or a man that's 35. And she cares about that man, and he's serious about her. Some of you dudes got little sisters, and she's 23, 24, 27. And she's walking through the door and he's 43. And you might not understand it, but what she's saying to you is, we've got a choice. You can have me in the streets with these fake men that's in our church and synagogues that's going to try to sex me down. You can have me in the club with all these, and at the party spots with all these men that want to sex me down and get me pregnant. You can have me in college with all these dudes that want to use my body in college, or you can come to peace with the fact I found a man that don't want to use me, that cares about me, and understands I am not attracted to the behavior of men my age. You got a choice, Dad. You got a choice, Unc. You got a choice, my older cousin. You got a choice, coworker. Either I'm going to be in the streets and I'm going to get smashed by all these dudes in my 20s, the way that the world is today. Let's not fake it. The way that the world is today, the average young lady is going to get used. The average, come on, guys, let's not pretend. The average young lady is going to get used in the United States, in UK, in Canada. Or she can be with somebody that's grown and been through at least some of life to be able to show her that, hey, I really care about you. You know what my wife called women like her? You know, my wife called women that don't get with men their age. You know what my wife said she did? This is what Andre said she did. Skip the line. My wife says she skipped the line. Instead of staying in the line where she's 23, all the way in the back of the line, waiting for her turn to get a good husband, fuck this. She walked to the front of the line. There are a lot of women out there, including your daughters, including your nieces, including your granddaughters, including some of your co-workers, including some of your younger cousins that are going to say, fuck this, and walk to the front of the line to get a good man. Now, her first older dude, I'm not Andrea's first older dude. But there are younger women like my wife that said, I would rather go through the vetting process with older men than go through 10 years of bullshit with younger men. I'd rather vet with 3 or 4 or even 5 older men than get fucked, sucked, used, abused by 200 men their age. So dad, you got a choice. You can have her walk in the house with an immature 23-year-old because she's 22, and you know at 23, he just want to be with her intimately, or he wants that puppy love with her. Let's be real, at 23, we didn't know what real love was because we ain't been through no ups and downs of life yet at 23, and neither have our daughter for real. So you can sit back and say, yeah, baby girl, only bring in 23 to 25. Cool. You knew you wasn't ready at 23, 24, 25 to be truly responsible. 29, you damn near wasn't that responsible compared to 24. Or if your daughter walking at the house one day, she 23, he 33, I suggest you shut the hell up and see how this pans out if he's a good dude. Vet him. Vet all men that bring someone, to protect. Once again, if you're an uncle, a dad, an older coworker, an older uncle, any type of male mentor to a younger woman, vet the dude that comes. Andrea, all the men, all of them, all her uncles, cousin, Andrea, brother, all of them vet my older ass. They weren't gonna just let no older dude walk in because he was an older dude. So vet that older dude for her. Don't wait for her to vet him because she 23, she don't know. But if he's a quality dude and he is serious, don't you shut that shit down because society in the United States told you to shut that shit down on your daughter. Because what's gonna happen is, the way that the United States is, cool. You done ran off the older dude. Now 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 to 30-year-olds gonna run through your, not my baby. Yes, your baby gonna get ran through, player. You know how many dads that don't think their daughter got ran through? To this day, it's fathers that don't know that their daughter got ran through. So you got a choice. You either vet an older man. If she tells you I'm into older man, dad, don't you shut that down. You vet him. Make sure he's serious about her. But if you just shut it down and she get ran through in them streets, that ain't nobody's fault but yours. Because she told you, I'm trying to skip the line, dad. I don't want to go through all this shit that other women go through. I'm not trying to be Vivica Fox. I'm not trying to be all them other women. I'm trying to skip the line, get me a good man while I'm young, dad. And you sitting up there talk about some girl, focus on your career. Get you a boy your age. Go ahead. I mean that, go ahead. The one thing I can say, all the men of Andrea's family that vetted me realize that's a good man right there. He's serious. He's serious. That's the one thing that they noticed. First thing, it wasn't if I was good or if I was bad. You know the one thing that they noticed? First thing, true story. Andre is serious. He ain't coming with no games. If he had came to you with business, no games. If he had came to you on the spiritual side, no games. If he had came to you as far as business partnership, we can see in Andre, no games. That's the one thing, that's the first thing that Andrea male family, male, I say that on purpose. The males noticed that Andre was serious. And then they vetted everything else. Because if I was on some American bullshit, because they hear about American men all the time, no matter how good I was, it wouldn't have mattered if I wasn't serious. I mean that. I mean that. If you want to know one of my boundaries for a woman is she got to have boundaries. I needed a woman that knew I ain't going to tolerate this. I needed a woman that had boundaries that she ain't going to tolerate that. If I'm saying I ain't gonna tolerate this, she ain't gonna tolerate that. I don't need no woman that ain't got no boundaries, no standards, no morals. And another form of vetting was I needed her to have enough males in her family that was protective enough of her to vet me. See, a lot of us men focus on the vetting that we do. Do you have enough balls, audacity, gall to allow the woman's family to vet your ass? Can you be vetted? Can her uncles vet you? Can her dad vet you? What about her brothers? Can her brothers vet you? See, Pookie and Ray Rays and Nook Nook can't be vetted, and they don't want to be vetted. Can you be vetted? See, it's easy to go to another country and say, I'm vetting and looking for a woman. Can your ass be vetted? Because a lot of these families, they vetting you. And if you ain't ready to be vetted, don't be trying to vet somebody else's daughter. Don't be vetting somebody else's family member if your black ass or your white ass can't even be vetted. To see if you are a good catch for a younger woman. I want a younger woman, and your ass can't be vetted because your ass can't be trusted. Right? I'm just putting it out there, gentlemen. Let me make sure I get the super chats. Black by Design, he said, I'm going to end it on this. And I think I'm going to end it too, gentlemen. He said, box is nothing to get. Facts. He said, quality is hard to find. Time to expand your horizons, gentlemen. Time to expand your horizons. He's 1% correct. 100% correct. Let me see what Dave had to say. Let me see if I can catch Dave's comment. Let me scroll down a little further. See if I can catch Dave before we end the stream. I don't want to have you guys like, Dre was here all night long. Shout out to my man Bean being in the building, man. I didn't even see you tonight, man. Glad to see that you're here. He said nobody's teaching them though. Yeah. Yeah. He said, like the old heads say, all I have to do is be black and die. That's fact back in the day. That's serious. That's an old school statement. That's an old school statement. He said, on the world stage, Western women are not the most wanted by guys who travel overseas. And I think can I say something about the black community that I notice, and you don't notice it while you're in the States? A lot of times sisters treat us like brothers because they see us as mates, as somebody that, with the potential of marriage. And a lot of times brothers see sisters as somebody with the potential of marriage and or relationship and or intimacy, right? And the same thing with the ladies. They see us like, you know, intimacy. But if you took sex out of the black community, I notice sisters get frustrated. Those same pro-black sisters, that's my sisters in the States, because we don't sleep with them out of the States, get mad with us. And now I'm not a brother. So when I was using you for sex, impregnating you, which I don't have any kids, sex, I'm Brother Spence. But if I carry myself in a way, I'm not interested in sex or marriage from you while we're in Thailand, I'm no longer Brother Spence. If you don't have sex with me, you marry a white dude, you still Sister so-and-so. You still down with me. You will never hear me say, well, she not part of the foundational Black America. She lost her black card. You won't hear me say that. If you marry a white dude, Serena, you still sister to me. Venus just got married. Congratulations. You still a sister to me. Tina Turner married to a white dude. You still a sister to me. Diana Ross from Detroit. Hey, white. Hey, you still a sister to me. Janet Jackson. You still. Brothers don't trip on that. But it's funny how when brothers, if we don't smash you, flirt with you, marry you, date you, and we just want to be with you just on the sisterhood part, it's hard for y'all to accept that I'm still your brother. I'm still a brother from the struggle. I'm still Eastside Detroit. Nah, you married a white woman. Oh no, you married a Latin woman. You ain't down for the struggle. I don't say that to you. So how am I not down for the struggle? I'm painting picket signs right, even as we speak. I'm painting picket signs. So I can't carry my picket signs anymore because I married a white woman. So I'm no longer the brother. I'm no longer can be called Brother Spence when I walk in church. Because we only brothers and sisters if we having sex with each other. We only brothers and sisters if we marry each other, mate with each other, have kids with each other. Then we brothers and sisters. But if I do the opposite as far as my private life, I'm no longer your brother because I can't be a part of the struggle if I don't lay down and impregnate and destroy the Black community with my penis. Okay. Now you got me patting my weave, trying to understand. Let me pat my weave. Let me scratch the back of my head like I'm Martin. Because I don't get it. I don't get it. Let me let you gentlemen go for the evening. We appreciate you guys, man. He said we really don't trip on that. We don't. You'll be seeing us talking about you are no longer a sister. We don't trip on stuff like that. We still see you in all your chocolateness, even if you got a white dude. But let me have a white woman or one of the other brothers have an Asian or Latin woman, all of a sudden we no longer your brothers. And you don't talk to us like we your brothers. And then you got enough simps in the States that'll co-sign. You ain't black no more. Why? You married to a Latin, a Latina. So I'm not black because I married somebody that's not black. But if I go to the US Census Bureau, I'm black. If I get stopped by a cop, I'm black. If I get hired on a job on the application, I feel like I'm black. If I go on TV, they want the opinion of a black. But because I'm not sleeping with you sisters anymore, because I'm married to a woman from the outside, I'm not black. In the words of Tommy Sotomayor, make it make sense. And it's brothers that co-sign it. That's the part that get me. Brothers co-sign it. Sisters say it, brothers co-sign it. Sisters say it, but that's the one thing I've noticed over the last maybe like 7 years. A sister will say it, brothers go sign it. Like now, for example, sisters say for 3 years, men are sassy, men are sassy. Now you're hearing more men using that term. Men are zesty, men are zesty. And now you're starting to hear more men use that term. Passport bros this, passport bros that. And now you're hearing more men saying the term. Sisters say it, men repeat it, or simps repeat it. Sisters say it, simps repeat it. Sisters say it, simps repeat it. Sisters say it, simps repeat it. That's why I said what I said about Anton. He's just repeating stuff he's hearing the sisters say. Anton hasn't lived outside the United States like me, O'Shea, Richie Mack, Check in Effect, Ace Live, T-Mac. A lot of you guys that are in the stream right now have lived outside. Ronin Travelers, Chocolate Man in Thailand, More to Life on YouTube. And all you other guys that have been government contracting or just living your best life outside the United States. Anton knows nothing of your day-to-day experiences. Just like sisters in the States don't know anything, but then sisters say it, simps repeat it. Sisters, if you ever notice that routine, I kid you not, man, any buzzwords, any terms, men used to make up the buzzwords of the urban community a lot of times. I'll say this again. There was a time when, especially when hip hop came along, most of the urban terminology was created off of terms that men said, whether it was perpetrating, whether it was word is born, whether it was word to my mama or your mama, whatever it is. Men kind of like laid the foundation of a lot of the urban terms. Today, men repeat what women create. Well, in the States, women say it, simps repeat it. And that's very common in the United States and Canada and UK. That's just my outside observation. That's just my outside observation. Let me let you gentlemen go with the outro. I appreciate you guys. Let me try to miss anybody on Cash App or PayPal. Shout out to all you guys. Okay, I didn't miss anybody. Okay. Yeah, he said, I'm sick of it. So am I, man. This man being controlled by women, and I'm not saying that we can't both learn and glean and enjoy each other as men and women, but these simps, man, it's sad. But let's enjoy some outro videos, gentlemen. Let us enjoy some outro videos. Let's go with, we haven't looked at this one in a while. Let's go with a couple. Let's start with the Afro-Colombian police.
Rachetón. Ey, es más rap. Quiere que le dé, que le escupa en la boca. Quiere que le dé una mordida en la nalga. Quiere que le dé, por reggaetón se pone loca. Quiere que le dé, quiere que yo se la ponga. Quiere que le dé, quiere que le dé, quiere que le dé, quiere que le dé. Yo te voy a dar en el carrito boom boom. O vamos a hotel y yo rento un room. Anda apretadita y yo quebro el condón. Anda mojadita y ya viene zoom zoom. Hacemos chaca chaca con la boca me la mama. Juana la cubana bien bonita me la jala. Te viene en la noche, la saca en la mañana. Esconde a tu tía porque también tiene ganas. Que le escupa en la boca. Una mordida en la nalga. Por reggaetón se pone loca. Quiere que yo se la ponga. Quiere que le dé. Quiere que le dé. Quiere que le dé. Quiere que le dé. Ay, rachetón. la saca en la mañana. Esconde a tu tía porque también tiene ganas. Que le escupan en la boca. Una mordida en la nalga. Por reggaetón se pone loca. Quiere que yo se la ponga.
Right, so it's time for us to get the cowgirls in. Let's do it. Let's do it. Usually I have them back to back. Let's try this one tonight.
Solo, mi amor, no me dejes solo, mi amor.